committee meeting together. I think we know who all is in attendance, so we'll just start right down the agenda with the minutes of the April 1st meeting. Are there any changes or additions or corrections to those minutes? If not, they will be approved by general consent. And hearing none, we'll do that. Moving on to the Register of University of Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions. Rod.
Thank you, Regent Dokovich and fellow board members and committee members. The University of Iowa has 3 projects that it presents to the Board of Regents. These are all project description and budgets, request for approval of the budget and the project descriptions. I'll briefly go over the 3 of them. The first, the Campus Recreation and Wellness Center replaced pool packs, air handling units, $6,452,000 paid for or funded a combination or a shared funding with the with our recreation services bonded enterprise, as well as athletics for the shared use of this facility. Briefly, this is an 8-unit system that attends to the air handling and the air quality in a highly corrosive environment in any aquatic center setting. Within that building supports not only intercollegiate athletics, swimming and diving programs, men's and women's, so 4 teams, but also recreation services. And as a part of recreation services and the student fee for recreational services on this campus, the aquatics areas of that building are important and are more than 1/4 of the square footage and volume of the building. Additionally, apart from the debt coverage for the building of the Campus Recreation and Wellness Center, Rec Services relies heavily on the aquatics center and the aquatics functions for the revenue needed to operate the building and staff the building for our students. In this case, this system, the pool pack system, is a proprietary system that was within the market a very common, popular, and top choice use, not only here but nationally and internationally. The problem with it being proprietary and then wearing in the time it did is it's been very difficult to keep it up and reliable for both big meets where we have a lot of air handling issues, but the daily use of those spaces as well. We've been trying to work to make the system last as long as we can and to repair it in the ways we can. But we and others who have had similar experiences are at a point where we really need to do some more significant work in a replacement of this system. We've studied it thoroughly. We feel both comfortable and confident that the solutions to fix it are our best course of our action. And as I've mentioned before, we've held off as long as we can, and we're at a point where we would look at discontinuation of these important spaces if we didn't fix the system. It is not a building room or building improvement so much as it is an air handling and public safety perspective with the corrosive natures and air that exists within aquatic center spaces. So that's the first of our 3 projects. The second is an athletic department project funded by gifts and earnings, but primarily gift. A single gift associated to the women's soccer complex facility, an existing facility on our Hawkeye campus on the far west end of our campus. This would be locker spaces, team room spaces, and other support spaces for the soccer program. It is a project that would be on Athletic Director Gary Barta's list of facility needs and priorities, but one that frankly would not be accomplished if it weren't for the generosity of an anonymous donor who is supporting most all of this project. And so we are asking for the Board of Regents support to advance the project with the budget of $3.9 million and via a delivery method of design build, which will allow us to finish the project by the stipulations proposed in the gift by the fall season of the 2021 soccer team. That is a project of $3.9 million, again, primarily a gift to the athletic department with some administrative support through revenues. The UIHC project on our list, the third of our three projects, is a UIHC elevator banks E and double E. This is part of a concerted and complete building-wide at the UIHC complex building-wide effort to both upgrade and modernize and care for the very important elevator shaft system within the building. This is a complex project. The ones done to date and the ones to follow are very complex because of the important work that is done throughout the building on all floors of the building. So it is phased in a both complex and very well thought out way to get this work done. It's not inexpensive, but these are large elevator banks, two different banks, E and EE, with typically 6 elevator shafts per bank. And these will be modernized for both ADA and universal design intent, but also for the latest in safety and reliability for the elevators. Most of them not upgraded or changed or modernized since their installation. So this is part of, you often see us come back, for instance, in the residence hall system with projects, large projects that occur also in complicated phasing in residence halls. Those are all done in a network of projects of care over a period of time, and this is no different. This is an systematic elevator modernization program for UIHC, and we bring to the Board of Regents the intent through hospital usage funds, the execution through the budget approval of a $6 million project for that. Those are the 3 projects that we have from the Board of Regents. I will stop there, and Regent Dokovich or committee members, if you have any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Questions for Rod? Anybody? Rod, in light of the virus, is there a buttonless call system for elevators? Is there such a thing?
In this project, no. There may be voice-activated versions that are being considered. It's a very good question given everything that's going on. I can say that the hospital is regularly cleaning all public spaces, including elevators and those cabs and buttons. But in any place where there's a human touch, people are looking at it differently today than they did yesterday. I will be sure to take your question to the design experts that are working on this. It is not part of the scope of a project, or exploring that has not been part of the scope of this project as planned. It would still take a touch of a button to go to a floor. If we would expand to some effort, and then of course the question would be maybe to the thousands of elevator shafts we have on campus, are there
sure
campus-wide interests in things that could be voice activated or otherwise? I'm not certain of the technologies and or the investments to do that. And one of our challenges, of course, is a push of a button, which fortunately is one button, but a push of a button would mean you'd head to another space or would have come from another space where you've likely touched something. It is a pervasive issue of human contact throughout all of our buildings, but yes, in healthcare settings as well. It's a good observation, and one I will certainly go to the team, raise your questions, and can share feedback or information on that.
Regent Dokovich, sorry, Rod, let me just add a comment. This is Bruce Harrell, President of UI. We had a broad campus-wide meeting yesterday, and this topic came up in some of the resident hall conversation, student life. So what we're doing in UIHC, the hospital system, as well as the rest of the campus, is swabbing down those areas on a daily basis. So we're doing all we can, short of making a campus-wide reinvestment, as Rod just went through. So in the interim, until we get some better answers and scope some of these other more technological solutions, we're just manually cleaning everything, disinfecting all these types of services on a daily basis, including specifically the elevator buttons.
And President Harold, I'll add that upon entry to the building, and it's, no simple task to, as it is rightfully so, no simple task to come into the hospital. We're making sure through screening processes that people are coming, and then disinfectants and hand sanitizers offered to and encouraged not only upon entry but throughout the hospital complex. So one of the other expectations is those who do pass through the halls, do use elevators, are also regularly using hand sanitizer, so that if it would happen that they were with a virus, COVID or otherwise, they have, as much as we can prescribe it and enable it, clean hands and the finger touching a button for an elevator.
Thank you. Thank you, President Harold. Rod, on the soccer complex, there's a fairly good sized roadway going into that. Is that part of the project, or would that be something that would come out of road use funds or some other source?
No, the scope of the work would include the access to the field, the work that would happen there. They are still within the confines of the funding for this project. They are still going to work through the project delivery to determine some of the more specific. I can tell you they initially wanted to look at upgrading lighting and other things within the context of the gift, but as is often the case, the desire to use generous gift dollars to do the most is always a given, and often the amount of scope available from the gift dollars doesn't match what might be the initial intents. But the intent is that access to the field and the work that you're talking about with respect to not the building itself, but access from roadway, is intended to be a part of the scope. But we will continue to examine how much and in what form we can get all of those elements of the project that aren't the building itself into this. It wouldn't be considered a separate project, but within the contained budget for this project.
Got it. Thank you. Other questions, comments on these projects?
Rod, how long is the air handling system expected to last at the Wellness Center?
The one that we have in place?
The new one that you're building.
Well, if they are done in good and modern maintainable ways, it's not so specific, Regent Barker, as for instance a roof membrane product where it's quoted to be, say, a 20 or 25-year last period. We do have in our fault detection programming and all of our work that we do through facilities management have a program for regular and preventative upkeep, which allows for these systems, all systems on campus, to be maintained for their longest period of time, very often past what would be considered the prescribed time of life. But in this case, with the work we're doing, it will last much longer than the current system has. I will try to get some specific specifications on the systems that are being specified to determine what their it's not a warranty system. Those are often done in the 1 and 2 year period, but the expected life expectancies for these systems in this.
The current system is how old?
Pardon? The building itself is 2010, 10-year-old program. 10
It's 10 years old. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
And prematurely wearing faster than we would have anticipated, causing the need for this project and the assurity of suitable and safe air quality within the space. So we would expect that this would not be a problematic system for us that we're replacing it with. But I can get you more specific specification life expectancy for this system, and we'll be glad to share that.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Okay, hearing none. Those will be approved by general consent and, to the board later today. Thank you very much, Rod.
Yeah, thank you to the committee.
Register of Iowa State Capital Improvement
Thanks,
Business Transactions. Pam Kane, please.
Thank you. Iowa State University is requesting from the Board of Regents permission to proceed with project planning for improvements to the university's power plant. This project will reconfigure two 32-year-old coal-fired boilers as natural gas boilers and extend their useful life. This capital improvement project is aligned with Iowa State's campus sustainability goals. It will allow the university to become coal-free and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 35% by the year 2023. The estimated cost of the project is $12 to $14 million. The cost will be recouped in less than 4 years as a result of annual utility savings of $3.7 million. The savings will be derived from the lower cost of natural gas and reduced operating maintenance and repair of those coal boilers. Iowa State is researching and evaluating P3 opportunities that might exist for university utilities operation to leverage innovation and capture efficiency for the benefit of the university. The project will run parallel with our P3 efforts and will enhance the value of our utility system to potential private industry partners. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments for Pam Kane? Sounds like a great project.
Well, I'd really like to commend you for asking the right questions on this. I mean, I remember just a few months ago hearing that this was not possible, but I commend you, President Winterstein, for asking the question. And I think it just goes to show that there are big savings, under rocks, all over the place if we look for them.
Pam, are there plans to do anything with the areas that are currently designated for coal storage, the 2 sites?
Well, hopefully we can return them to grassy sites. Because they're pretty
okay.
nasty with the coal on them.
Other questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, that project will be approved by general consent.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pam, and you're on deck again with the institutional agreements, leases, and easements.
Yes, we are bringing forward a lease with the city, easement with the city of Ames. They want to put a concrete or a paved bicycle path on the south side of campus. It will connect the path, that path to the research park farther south of campus. So it's in their capital planning, and they hope to get bids out this summer, and this easement will help them in that respect.
Isn't there a path there now?
It's a rock path.
But there's been no easement. It's just sort of there.
Well, there was an easement, but the easement expired in 2011. And so, yeah. And then we have moved that easement we had moved the bicycle path from where it originally was to a new path when we added on to the hospital, the vet hospital. So it's a new easement, but it's going to be in perpetuity for the rest of life for $1.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Questions or comments on that? Okay, hearing none. That will be approved by general consent. John Nash, you have some comments on the campus sustainability report?
Yes, thank you, Regent Dokovich. I have one item. So on today's consent agenda, the Property and Facilities Committee has a document called the FY 2021 Campus Sustainability Report. Each university participates in a universal standard for tracking sustainability in higher education called STARS, which stands for Sustainability, Tracking, Assessment, and Rating System. Now, I won't go into detail on all of the efforts described in this 18-page report, but I will say that the universities collaborated with many groups in their communities to carry out the expected programs like recycling, conserving energy, and composting, but they also worked to combat hunger, reassign furniture, clothing, and even pets during student move-outs, especially during the spring, and acquired research grants by working with our colleagues at the Capitol. So thank you, Regent Dokovich. With that, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. Any questions or comments on that? Is there anything else to come before the committee? Hearing none, we will stand adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Regent Jim Lindemeyer.
Here.
Lindemeyer. Provost Wickard.
Present.
Provost Walpart.
Present.
Provost Fuentes.
Here.
And Chief Academic Officer Rachel Boone.
Present.
Okay, good. We will begin. Our first item of business is the approval of our joint Academic Affairs Committee meeting minutes. Are there any changes? If none, these minutes will be approved by general consent. The next item is from the University of Iowa. Provost Fuentes, will you please present this request to us?
Yes, thank you, Regent Butker. So this is a request for a name change at the University of Iowa from School of Urban and Regional Planning to School of Planning and Public Affairs. The school has offered a long-standing master's in urban regional planning, which I'm very pleased to report was recently fully accredited for 7 years. But with change in disciplinary and employment environments, the program was interested in expanding academic programming. So the faculty developed and received approval for a second master's in public affairs, and that was approved by the Board of Regents last year. The current request is to change the name of the school to reflect the expanded curricular offerings. This request will have no impact on the current master's in urban regional planning or the accreditation status, and it does not require additional financial resources. The request was approved by the Council of Provosts at the last meeting. Thank you, Regent Barker, for considering the request.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from anyone on this request? If there are no objections, then the Academic Affairs Committee will recommend approval of the name change for the School of Urban and Regional Planning at the University of Iowa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now the University of Northern Iowa has a name change request. Provost Walpart, will you please tell us about this?
Thank you, Regent Butker. The University of Northern Iowa is requesting of the Board of Regents a name change for our Department of Marketing to become the Department of Marketing and Entrepreneurship. Over the last 20 years, we've had an entrepreneurship program located in the Department of Marketing, which has allowed us to offer a certificate program that has been available to all university students regardless of their major. And more recently, in the last 5 years, we have added a minor. Both the minor and the certificate in both of these programs in various courses, students use a business model to evaluate a business idea, develop financial projections, and then based on this information, they develop a full business plan. In addition, in some of their coursework, students work with a real company or organization on a strategic or tactical challenge that the company is facing. This is a semester-long experiential project with real companies and organizations, mostly here in the Cedar Valley. Over the last 5 years, the entrepreneurship minor has grown to 31 students. The certificate has about 15 students on a regular basis. So we have taken this through all of our shared governance processes here at the University of Northern Iowa, as well as through the Council of Provosts, and we are now requesting board approval.
Okay. Are there any comments or questions concerning this? If there are no objections, then the Academic Affairs Committee will recommend approval of the name change for the Department of Marketing at the University of Northern Iowa. Our final name change request comes from Iowa State University. Provost Wickard, please tell us about this.
Thank you, Regent Butker, and good morning. Well, as described in the docket item, we are requesting the board's approval to rename our Department of Management within our Ivy College of Business to more accurately reflect the emphasis that the college, as well as President Winterstein, have placed on entrepreneurship and innovation throughout not only the business college, but also the university. We currently offer an undergraduate major and an undergraduate minor and a graduate certificate and actually a PhD specialization, all in the areas of entrepreneurship. At the undergraduate level, specifically within the department, we have about 300 students majoring in management, and that number has been very steady over the years. But we've seen growth with the president's initiative on entrepreneurship. We've seen growth now of about 100 students choosing to major at the undergraduate level in entrepreneurship. So it represents a new area of student demand. And accordingly, as faculty have been retiring, the program has been growing. We have been increasingly hiring faculty with specialization in entrepreneurship. So we feel that the proposed name change, enables us to more accurately reflect this growth. It will appeal to a new market of interested students. And of course, for external stakeholders and businesses that want to engage with Iowa State in the areas of innovation and entrepreneurship, it'll make very clear what a good entry point would be. Obviously, this change is very consistent with the request from you and I on today's agenda, and also with programming that has been developed over time at the University of Iowa in entrepreneurship. And in that area, I'd also like to highlight collaborations that exist among the three universities in the area of entrepreneurship. The University of Iowa, UNI, and Iowa State each have a John Papajohn Entrepreneurship Center. And the faculty, staff, and students in those centers collaborate extensively on a number of programs. And actually, in many of those activities, we also collaborate with the John Papajohn Entrepreneurship Centers located at Drake University and also at Northern Iowa Area Community College. For a name change like this, it's important to recognize that there really are no significant costs. It's things like updating websites and marketing materials and things like that. And nor will there be any changes needed to our accreditations in the college. So we've completed all the internal reviews. So with board approval, we would like to implement this change immediately upon approval by the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting those collaborations. I appreciate that. Are there any questions or concerns? If there are no objections, then the Academic Affairs Committee will recommend approval of the name change for the Department of Management at Iowa State University. Thank you all for those proposals. Is there any other business to come before this committee? If there is no other business to come before the committee is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good stuff.
Thank you. With that, I will take roll call. Regent Least.
Here.
Vice President Hanson.
Here.
Thank you. Senior Vice President Martino Harmon.
Present.
Vice President Paula Knutson.
Present.
Assistant Administrator John Cool.
Present.
And Jason Pontius from the board office.
Yep, here.
Okay, great. Thank you. We had no minutes to approve because the last time we met jointly with the Academic Affairs Committee, so we'll move right into the agenda item, which is an important item, really, something that we've all been cognizant of the last few months, but we've asked the 3 universities and the special schools to give us an update on how our students are doing during this COVID-19 crisis, and which is a broad topic, but we'll start with that. The first one I have on my agenda is Sarah Hanson from the University of Iowa. Sarah, can you begin?
Actually, I think we have a prepared set of remarks that we can share with you. We've been working together and have some great themes.
Oh, okay.
To share, if that's okay.
That would be
The
great.
Regent,
Yeah,
Lindenmeyer. Yeah, I'll be starting us off, Regent Lindenmeyer.
okay, thank you.
Thanks.
We ready to go?
Yes.
All right, we can advance the next slide, please. Well, I'm very honored to join my friends and Regent colleagues as we describe the student experience during this historic pandemic. We will each introduce ourselves before we start on our individual slides. So we can go to the next slide, please. So we'll be covering 3 main topics. One, we're going to talk about feedback that we've received from students in various different ways. We'll be talking about some adaptations and innovation that has come out of this experience, and some of this will move forward as we continue on. And then we'll talk about the generosity of spirit, how students are getting involved, giving back, and helping during this time period. Next slide. So although each institution collected feedback in different ways, as we talked and we met, we discovered that the feedback is really pretty consistent amongst all of our institutions. We know that the challenges and successes for faculty and staff during this period are different than many of the challenges and successes for students, but we were both sets of groups were navigating these experiences at the same time in very different ways. So our comments are mostly reflective of the student experience. That's what we're focusing on. Next. So some of the student surveys and focus groups and various ways to gain feedback, we've discovered some really important key findings. So I'll touch on several of them. We noticed that students, definitely were checking in with their academic advisors. That was critically important. And students were very aware of virtual academic support services as well as IT resources. One thing about academic advisors, although students were making connections, having this data helped us to learn what percentage of students maybe weren't making these connections with advisors. So that allowed us to do some extra outreach at our institutions to make sure that that happened. We're also aware that students have used virtual health and wellness resources. It could be mental health counseling or wellness activities, such as opportunities to relax or make connections to sort of ease some of the stress and anxiety. Students knew about the pass, not pass policy if institutions implemented that, and they appreciated that opportunity. And then they had neutral to positive assessment of their own well-being. So most students either felt like they were okay or that they were doing well during this time, but it also allowed us to get an idea of how many students weren't okay during this time, so we could zero in and focus our wellness activities on those students. And they were satisfied with the content and amount of communications. We were initially concerned because we have to send out various emails to communicate, and we know that students don't always pay close attention to emails, but during this time period, we found that based on the feedback, students really were paying attention to emails. And they also indicated they would like us to mix in some video messages to sort of make it a little bit more humanistic. Next slide. Although students missed the traditional connections with friends and living spaces, classrooms, student organizations, they were effective at finding other ways to connect. And this is really no real surprise to us because they were already here in virtual spaces, probably much more than many of us. So they were making connections. I think in many cases, it's up to 99% of the students that they were still connecting with their friends during this time period. Next slide. So some student feedback related to online learning. Students really appreciated the transparency and communications. They're saying to us, tell us the good, the bad, the ugly. We just want to know what's going on. We want to know what's coming next. We want to know what decisions you're making. So they really appreciate the transparency. They also noted that professors are really working hard to adapt and to be engaging. And they recognize that instructors had to change classes, very quickly. Some students, though, it's not all, peaches and cream. Some students talked about the difficulty getting motivated, juggling life at home, learning amidst different distractions that they may have in their home environment. But on the flip side, with fewer commitments associated with being on campus, some students said they were able to really lock in and focus on their classes. So it's really a balance. It's really a test of personal discipline and willpower. So students that were able to master that did okay, but other students may struggle with that. They had to adapt to new and different assignments, and internet connectivity is a significant issue for some students. Students are at home, they may have siblings at home, their parents are working from home, multiple devices. The internet connectivity was a challenge, but institutions encourage students to reach out to the IT departments to try to find solutions. I want to pause here for a second because I want to mention the compounding effect that students are experiencing right now because of the uncertainties associated with the pandemic, but also with what's happening in our nation right now regarding the unjustified killings of African Americans and the associated unrest that is occurring. So that's a lot when you think about the pandemic, along with all the things happening in our nation right now. And we know in the summer and when students come back that we need to be prepared for the impact that this will have on students. And we're all working on ways to acknowledge that, but also address opportunities for support for students this summer and fall. And we'll be happy to take questions on that during the Q&A period. Next slide, please. So what students say they need. They want social media updates, not just emails, but multiple ways of communicating. They want to make sure faculty will be flexible with adjustments and good with communications, adjustments to class assignments and adjustments in expectations. They want instructors to take the time to record videos, online lectures as much as possible. And with more time to plan, instructors are able to do that, but that turnaround was pretty quick in the spring. They want academic and tutoring services online, and those services were converted, but we just have to do more to increase the awareness of the availability. They want financial support, and as you all probably know, institutions were able to assist students financially through funding from the CARES Act, as well as support from generous donors. And they want communication from services on campus. So I'll point to the quote at the bottom, which talks about packaging various services and resources in certain portions of the website so they don't have to search for those services. So next up, I will invite Dr. Cool for the next slide. We can advance the slide.
Joe, thank you very much. It's good to be here with you all this morning, and thank you for allowing us an opportunity to share. And I'll be saying a few things here that I'll come back to in a later slide, particularly on the mental health aspect of this. But just for the students' feedback, because if you look at the slide, it kind of indicates there that we're talking about mental health, learning and accommodations, and I'll come back to those. Right now, I'm just going to talk about student feedback. The biggest thing that we hear from our students is that they miss their teachers, they miss the dormitory staff, and they say, me personally, I'm a little discouraged that we didn't receive any feedback on how much they miss us administrators, but that's just the way that it is. So they do miss the easy access to communication that they experience here on the ISD campus. No matter where they go, we work with all staff to learn sign language. And so for the deaf kids here on the campus, anywhere they go, they have people they can communicate with. And then you have the blind students here on the campus and throughout who also have people who understand their experiences, and then when they get away from here, they don't have that shared common experience, and they really do miss that. They miss that face-to-face interaction with their peers. They have shared with us how much they enjoy connecting with their friends and their teachers in the Zoom classrooms, so much so that initially we actually saw attendance rates over 50% school-wide, which to me smacks in the face of saying how much they want to interact. But you know, when you're sitting at home and our students are pre-K through 12th grade, it's kind of hard to encourage them to be in a classroom when they don't have to be in the classroom because it's not required learning. And then over the course of the couple of months here, we really saw a dwindling of the attendance, and near the end, we actually had a lot of grade levels that with zero participation. There's always that small percentage of students that, you know, certainly as a young person I aspired to be, but never was that person, who are self-motivated and find themselves learning and trying to learn no matter what. Those students, of course, were constantly asking for how they could participate more and really enjoyed that learning. And then there's the students who, what you might hear sometimes is blind plus or deaf plus. There are students who are not just deaf or not just blind, but have additional challenges in their life. And we found that we had an over 80% attendance rate for those students. And so one of the things, we offered awards for attendance to students, but we also offered those awards to their parents, because the reason that they were in attendance is because their parents were there. So we really applaud the parents. It was their dedication that helped these students to navigate their way into the virtual classrooms. We had packets going home to them on a weekly basis, and we found them participating on a weekly basis, well over 80%. With the students, journaling was a big hit. They really enjoyed journaling, and that's the one thing that they continued to do throughout this last few months. They journaled and interacted with our guidance counselors, our school psychologist, and dormitory staff, who really set up a platform, a venue for all the students to just come together and share about families and pets, and really kind of get an inside view of the dormitory staff in their homes or the faculty in their homes, because they worked collaboratively, the faculty in the dorm, to do videos, entering into the home and just seeing like the faculty's pets, or maybe the children would pop into the picture. And it was really a good way for them to connect, and the students really did enjoy that. They would tell the students would, one other thing, you know, on the feedback, the students would tell the faculty as they're getting ready and getting their assignments, they tell the teachers, oh yes, yeah, I'll get that completed, I'll get that turned in. And really those, the students saying that was really more of an entertainment to the parents than it was anything else, because the parents' feedback to us was, yeah, we'd sit there and hear them saying, yeah, we're going to get these assignments done, but we knew they probably weren't going to get them done. And so it provided them with a little chuckle. But and then one of the things that really inspired kids, I think, to participate is that there were weekly gift card giveaways for people who were in attendance. And I think that really encouraged them to participate at a higher level. And with that, I'll turn it over to the next person.
Great, thank you. Very happy to have the opportunity to speak with you today. And I know that we're here to talk about the student response during COVID, but as Dr. Harmon shared, Our students' lives have gotten so much more complicated in the last few weeks with the death of George Floyd at the hands of the Minneapolis police. Last night, unfortunately, my current understanding is that tear gas and flashbangs were used on some peaceful protesters here in Iowa City. Of course, our students' lives and safety are at the center of the work that we do. So I want folks to know that we're working very urgently with the city of Iowa City and a variety of our partners on the events of last night and next steps. So wanted to make sure that I mentioned that. And then with regard to COVID-19, wanted to share a little bit more about the coping process of that. Our students have reported a number of challenges, and Martino mentioned some of these with regard to the student survey data that we have. Certainly the suddenness of this transition, I think, left students challenged both mentally and fiscally, because many of them, with the closure of campus or closures of local businesses, lost their jobs, and that led to understandable financial concerns. In addition, situations such as this are likely to cause or exacerbate any existing anxiety, depression, isolation. Students who moved home were navigating a very different relationship with their families than they might have anticipated had they just been at home on a break. In some cases, that included helping with siblings because parents were might have been still working or other needs, but they're doing that help while also trying to complete courses online, which is a whole nother situation. I know just my first year student coming home and completing his courses online, I had to remember not to interrupt him when he was in the midst of his live Zoom rhetoric course. And so I think we all had an adjustment to make in terms of families and students, most certainly. Next slide. The lack of transition time and kind of the lack of warning of transition really meant there was a process of kind of coming to terms with what's been lost. You know, our in-person rituals are really important in meaning making. The ritual of crossing the stage at graduation or finishing your first finals week with your friends in the residence halls, those were lost. And we've had many students who also had internships or job offers or study abroad experiences that might have been suspended or retracted. Our faculty have done an incredible job, not just in pivoting on instruction, but on things like helping students secure new internships in order to continue to make progress with their degrees. So although we're sharing kind of about the things within the student affairs realm, I think it's been important to see also, in addition to the instruction, just all of the amazing things that our faculty have done as well. It really has been a collective community process. And so it's brought out, I think, the best in everyone. Next slide. I read a great quote the other day by an author named Jay Samet that said, "Pivoting is not the end of the disruption process, it's the beginning of the next leg of our journey." So we had to pivot quite quickly during the spring, and now what we're in the process of doing is the redesign for future. But we, I think, did an amazing job, students, faculty, and staff, pivoting with great flexibility as we were able to continue to deliver services, courses through Zoom, Skype, and other technology. In our world, telehealth and telecounseling were incredibly important, telewellness consultations, all of those continued with great frequency. We worked with our general counsel across our campuses to ensure that we could deliver things like mental health counseling across state lines, which can get tricky, but we were able to do that. In addition, because spring is award season in our world, we have some amazing student leaders. We were able to do student awards online, and those were very well attended and appreciated by our students who were honored. Lots of online interaction, training that still was delivered, support resources that were still delivered in a virtual first opportunity, including everything from training around green zone, anti-violence, to delivery, doorstop delivery of library resources. So the ability to still be in touch and to support our students, I think, has gone uninterrupted, which has been helpful. Next slide, please. I mentioned mental health earlier, and it certainly was something that bubbled up, I think, for all of our campuses and ways that we had to address that. One example that we did at the University of Iowa was provided a couple of virtual panel discussions, one aimed at students and one aimed at faculty staff, to come together and just talk about coping in this particular time, which is unique. The panels were so well attended that we do intend to continue offering them over the summer. And it really has, I think, opened the door for much better collaboration on our campus across the faculty, staff, and the student worlds in much more seamless ways. So we have discovered new partnerships that I think will extend far beyond this current crisis and will make us a better campus. And I know that our friends at Iowa State and UNI and our other K-12 partners have certainly experienced that as well. Next slide, please. Finally, I want to talk a little bit about student engagement, which is a huge part of the work that we do in student affairs, of course. That pivot required some really creative thinking in terms of continuing to connect with our students, even when they weren't on campus. Our cultural centers maintained ongoing social media programming and engagement. Academic support, such as advising and supplemental instruction, occurred quite seamlessly via Zoom. Disability accommodations, which, as you can imagine, do not stop when we move to a virtual setting and we're doing tests and projects virtually. Those were managed very well and very seamlessly in a virtual way. All of these, I think, have provided us with really helpful ways to continue to help students feel supported and a part of our campus communities. And in addition, thinking of fall, they give us some insights into how we can continue to deliver services in ways that don't always require students to be with us in person. Engagement virtually is certainly better than no engagement. And so while we love to engage with our students in person, we will continue to provide these virtual opportunities to get services and support. And now we're going to loop back to John to share a little bit more about some of the great innovation that his staff has seen across their campuses. Next slide.
Yeah, next slide. There we go. Thank you. Adaptation, innovation, mental health, those are the kinds of things I want to talk about real quickly. And the first order of business for us here at the school was to get technology out into the hands of these students. Many of them, are not many of them, but some of them had real struggles with internet access and those kinds of things. So we got Wi-Fi hotspots out to them. We put iPads in their hands, laptops, whatever we needed to get out there in terms of technology to get them hooked up with this. We got routes across the state and went out across the state and delivered those so the students could access. This afforded the opportunity, honestly, for 100% participation. But again, we didn't experience that except in our 4+ programs. And if you're not familiar with our 4+ programs, those are programs that once the student's near graduation, they can make a choice in their IEP. It's their decision about whether or not they want us to hold their diploma and come back to the school so that they can attend community college, provide support services to them there, help them to look for gainful employment, those kinds of things that we work with our students on when they're close to graduation. We had 100% participation from those 16 students that we have in those 2 programs. That was really nice to see. Working on innovation, I'll just give you a couple of examples. We'll start with one. We have a student working on Braille with their teacher, and their teacher, the visually impaired, works with them. And the student's family's internet access is not very strong, and so they weren't able to use the camera portion of their internet. And so the instructor wasn't able to see the actual Braille, but they would talk their way through it, and the student would call out the dots. And the teacher, the visually impaired, was able to know whether or not they got their wording right, their contractions right as they worked on their Braille. Students are working a lot more on hobbies and writing stories and plays and working with their instructors on those kinds of things that you don't normally get an opportunity to work on when you're in the classroom learning reading, writing, and math. And it doesn't leave enough time for those. So we saw students working with their teachers on those kinds of things. As you can imagine, feelings of isolation can be worse for deaf and blind students. Peer interaction and support from your peers plays an important role in the development of these students, the whole person, the whole development. The feelings of self-worth and the self-esteem and overall emotional support that you receive from all of your peers is something that, of course, when our students go back home, they don't have access to that as much. But more so for the deaf kids in the home, when the language isn't the same, that contributes to further isolation for those students. They just have these feelings of being left out. 90% of our students, whether they're deaf or blind, come from homes where they're the only deaf or blind person in the home. And that really does make you feel a little different. Makes our students, the feedback we receive is I'm the only one, and that's really hard for them sometimes. And so they get that support. However, modern technology, I've been around the deaf field for 40 years, and modern technology has really changed the deaf world, if you will. The ability to connect via iPads and iPhones and the internet and those kinds of things, social media, all of those things have really, the students, the deaf population, they connect in those ways. And so you don't see all these pockets of deaf clubs around the state. They're kind of falling away. But what we did experience, what parents experienced, was the need to take away the iPads and the iPhones because their students were using those through all hours of the night, connecting with other students. And these kids are second, third, fourth, fifth grade on up who are doing these things. And so technology does provide them with those opportunities, but the parents got an experience of what we deal with each and every day in the dormitories when we have to put them to bed at night and take their technology away from them. So that but at home, they're feeling a little bit more isolated in that regard. The guidance counselors here have met with students individually and in small groups via the internet, Zoom classrooms and those kinds of things, to support and to talk about and to explain what's going on in our world today. These can be higher level kinds of conversations because the language is a shared language, and so we can provide them with answers to more to deeper questions that they have about what's going on. And our counselors were really good about being there for them, whether it was one-on-one. Sometimes they'd have group sessions, and the kids really could connect in that way, and they really appreciated that. Some of the things, they would just give them ideas about, developing gratitude lists and sharing those gratitude lists, just little things that you can do to work on your own mental health. Take a look around the world today, and even in all the difficulties, we're just so blessed. We have so many things to be grateful for. And the students, the faculty, the counselors work with the students on just remembering those kinds of things. They're really important to overall mental health. The counselors also had pizzas delivered to the students at home when they were celebrating birthdays and those kinds of things. They worked with parents on creative ways to engage the students in games and those kinds of things to keep them involved with the family. And just an example of that we don't think about possibly when it comes to our blind students is, if you want to play Connect 4, you don't know if the disc is red or black and the braille doesn't stick to the adhesive, doesn't stay on the disc. And so if you drill a hole through the discs, one set of the discs, then the student is able to participate in Connect 4 by feeling where those holes are. The parents were really grateful for that because those are some little things that you do just because you work with the population all the time. And if you don't, then you don't know to do those things. And so we work with all of them on that. And the parents were very appreciative of that. And the students also likewise were appreciative. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Knudsen.
Next slide, please. Good morning, everyone. And I recognize we're running short on time here, so I'll try to go through these quickly. I'm bringing up the home run here. So I'd like to start off by saying that I'm privileged to serve as the vice president for UNI, and I'd like to acknowledge my new colleague, Dr. Hansen at Iowa, and I'd like to say thank you and good luck to my colleague, Dr. Martino. You can't give away all those red and gold ties, but get a few blue and gold ones for you. So best wishes. We have unique campuses, and yet we also have a lot of commonalities, certainly in these times. And one of the things we've learned is that we have incredible students who in this time sometimes brings out the best in them. In a crisis, sometimes they dig deeper and they really bring out the humanness and the kindness in us. And they remind us every day of the great things our students can and will do. So we just like to share a few examples from each of our campuses that we're calling the generosity of spirit. And these are just a few examples of what they're doing. Even as they struggle and they work through these struggles, they're still out there doing great things and helping others. So here we have at the University of Iowa an example of Elle. Elle served as the executive director of Dance Marathon, and she obviously has a good heart and wants to help others. So she had a conversation with her grandparents and their fear of going to the grocery store. So she started a GoFundMe page and raised some money, and she gathered some volunteers and created an organization called Iowa City Erranders. And you can see by the comment there, she's out there helping elderly or those who have needs and making sure that those needs are met by getting volunteers who are healthy to go out and deliver to those homes. And just people need that contact, even as we social distance, they still need the social connectivity, and these students are providing it. And next slide. And at Iowa State, these students worked with Professor Shelby Doyle, and they created masks. And we all know that when the virus started, our hospitals were short. Our heroes going into those hospitals weren't protected, didn't have the appropriate equipment in a timely way. So students, I think, on UNI and at Iowa State started making shields to serve the hospitals and make sure that those heroes were protected. And this was all volunteer basis. This was not part of their class assignment. These were students stepping up and saying, we have a need in our society and we have the capacity to meet that need. So let's dig in and get it done. And they delivered many masks to the hospitals in our state. Next slide. And at the University of Iowa, we had numerous things going on. If you're looking for some entertainment and missing the ability to go to the theater or see the musicals, we have online our men's UNI Varsity Glee Club. They're incredible. They're entertaining. They have some of their favorites that they've pulled together to keep entertaining people as we go through these months of isolation. The other thing we're doing is we're making sure that students are being fed. Our Panther Pantry has developed Panther Packs that we give out. We do it in months to make sure that they have a month's supply of food. We're now partnering with our community garden. Again, all volunteer students, you can see they're appropriately distanced, making sure that we have fresh food. And we're now partnering there to make sure that our students in need also have fresh vegetables coming from just the hard work, efforts, and good hearts of our students. We've also done some just volunteers getting together and sewing masks early on, and gave to On With Life, an organization that had some vulnerable populations, and we made sure that they had appropriate gear as well. So these are just a few of the examples that are happening on all of our campuses, and students helping others. They're giving back to our communities and they're gaining good lessons. These are the lessons not in the classroom, but they develop personal riches along the way. So a big thank you to all of our students and their generous spirit. And I'll turn it over now to Dr. Poole.
This is very short. Generosity of spirits. Students, whether they're deaf or deaf and blind, the sentiment that's been shared individually and collectively is an example that every one of us would do well to follow. The example is putting others before self. And I think the following statements that are on the slide there kind of exemplifies this. And I'm just going to say the one slide, the one part of it shows all those different students with their little signs. And what it says, if you read through it, is, "Dear staff, we miss you so very much and we want to see you all again." And then the second one there is written out for you. "This has been one of the smoothest, most accommodating semesters I've had yet. I was able to end with all A's, and I thank all of my caring teachers for their help." And for the teen years, finding most humans at the peak of thinking about themselves, this just really shows that when things get tough, we really have a world of young people who are concerned about others, and I think that speaks well for the future. So that's all I have. And I'll turn it over for questions.
I'm sorry. I just gave you a great speech there. Can you hear me now? Everyone here?
Yes.
I thank you for that great report. And what I was saying was there's so much going on at our great institutions, especially now, but nothing touches me more than our interactions with the students and the success that you help provide for them. So I appreciate that a lot. And I think several of you touched on this in your reporting, but there's such an episodic mix that's going on right now. I mean, with the COVID, the unfortunate circumstances with George Floyd being killed, and I think a revitalized student activism that has brought louder voices to our campus that we need to listen to. And so, and Sarah used the word pivot. I know that there's been more than one pivot, and I appreciate the nimbleness of everybody that deals with our students, because it's going to require that more and more. And as we'll look back on this someday, I think, and we'll learn a lot from this situation with regard to innovation and the outstanding efforts that you and our students have put in. So thank you very much. With that, are there any questions that anybody has for the floor before and then I have one final comment before I ask for new business. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Before I ask for new business, I just want to take a moment to mention that this will be Dr. Martino Harmon's last meeting with the Campus and Student Affairs Committee as he accepts a new position with the University of Michigan. And Martino's been an outstanding member of this committee. And I can tell you just from my personal experience in working with him, I've enjoyed working with him very much. And I've been very impressed with the way he connects with students and the interaction that I've observed with his students. And we sure hate to lose him, but we wish him well at the University of Michigan. Thank you, Martino.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been an honor to be here at Iowa State University and to be in the state of Iowa. It's been wonderful. I'm a Cyclone for life. I'm excited about my next adventure, but I'm also very, very sad to leave the Cyclone family. And I keep a box of Kleenex near me in all of these meetings now. So thank you very much. And I appreciate the experience.
Well,
Okay. Thank you. I think President Winterstein has kept your letter in her drawer. So if you want to reconsider over the weekend and come back on Monday, I think we can work on that for you if you want.
Jim, that's correct. Martino knows that we worked hard to retain him at Iowa State University, and we've had a number of virtual celebrations to recognize the great leadership and service he's provided to Iowa State and to Iowa during his time as Senior Vice President. He will be terribly missed, but I do have that letter in my desk, Jim, so.
All right, thanks, President Winterstein. Is there any new business to come before this committee? Then we'll adjourn. Thank you again so much. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, great. Great, thank you. Let's go ahead and get started then. Welcome to the meeting of Investment and Finance Committee. So the meeting is called to order. The first agenda item are the minutes of our April 1st meeting. The only thing I saw after looking at it again this morning was I think I am a Chark Barker at one point in there, just a typo. So if somebody can change that, a Chark instead of, or chair instead of Chark. Are there any other questions or edits that might need to be made to the minutes? Hearing none, the committee will consider them approved by general consent. Agenda item number 2, the investment and cash management report for the first quarter of 2020. So I'd like to recognize Dave Smith and Doug West, if he's joined us for their presentation.
Thank you, Regent Barker. And Brad,
Yes.
Are you sharing the screen? I don't think we have the ability to share the screen. There we go.
It's shared now.
Excellent, thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. When we convened last, which I think was April 1st, we were about a week into a stimulus-fueled rally. We are now 6 weeks beyond what was then a market trough on March 23rd, and from an all-time high on February 19, the S&P 5 fell about 34%. We've since rallied about the full effect of that equity market downturn. Just please be aware of the fact that equity markets have performed very well in the weeks following, and the results that we're viewing today are much better, or the results that we have as of May are much better than the results we're actually viewing now. With that as a backdrop, we will highlight on the next 2 slides, please, just the nature of bear markets, and remind ourselves that bear markets are common. Corrections are common. Corrections occur, a sell-off of 10% or more occur every other year. Bear markets, at least since 1950, occur on average every 7 years. We've had now 10 since 1950. What is truly unique about this particular bear market is the speed with which we dropped from a peak, only 16 days. By contrast, it usually takes about a year and a half or 186 days to reach this sort of bear market. On a more optimistic note, the average days to recovery are around 583 or a year and a half. And the reason that we point this out is because this is something that has happened before, and they are fueled by a number of different circumstances. This just happens to be a health pandemic that drove the economy to a shutdown. Next slide, please. Just a quick overview, and so much has changed since the publication of this update. But the 11-year bull market came to an abrupt halt shortly after February 19. Equity markets had rallied for almost 11 straight years starting March 9th, 2009. We expect to see compression with GDP as economies worldwide contract, as millions of people in the United States and abroad find themselves without work. The Fed and central banks globally acted very quickly, reduced rates, injected stimulus programs, which is the key, if not only driver behind the equity market rally that we've seen since late March. Next slide, please. And just to illustrate, developed markets, most primary developed markets took quick action with respect to their central rate or their key interest rates. The United States very quickly reduced their rate down to approximately 0. This time last year, short-term interest rates were somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.5%. So we saw an abrupt end to, I think, 9 or 10 different rate hikes starting in 2015. Next slide, please. To complement very low interest rates and to help stimulate markets, most developed and emerging market countries introduced dramatic stimulus programs. The one introduced in the United States is now approaching $3 trillion, or roughly 10%, maybe 12% of GDP. And every market illustrated here injected very, very impactful stimulus measures. What's truly interesting about this particular instance is how quickly that was implemented. The 2009 Relief and Reinvestment Act was introduced about 18 to 24 months after the first sign of distress. By contrast, this particular CARES package was introduced about 4 to 6 weeks after the first sign of distress, which quickly helped right markets, or at least equity markets. We recognize that there's a large discrepancy between what's happening in Main Street and what's happening in Wall Street. Next slide, please. From a capital markets perspective, and this is especially important with our operating and diversified intermediate portfolios, which have higher allocations to fixed income, there was really only one safe haven, and that was U.S. Treasuries. Core fixed income at the top, highlighted in blue, has roughly, by benchmark, has roughly 70% allocated to Treasuries and agencies, and was one of the few safe havens. Long-term government bonds performed incredibly well, especially as interest rates dropped so abruptly. But as we continue to look down that list, and high yield in particular, and some of the other credit strategies, we see that fixed income behaved or exhibited equity-like characteristics, sharp drops in fixed income, which have since righted themselves as an appetite for fixed income risk has returned following stimulus, and has rebounded, as have equity markets. Next slide, please. And here, just to illustrate the credit quality at the very top, AA, single A, or AAA, AA, for the trailing quarter to date, as evidenced by those green, basically green numbers, were the only sub-asset classes or quality sectors that offered any level of safety. Single A, triple B, still investment grade, offered negative returns. As we continue to move down the credit quality spectrum, double Bs down to triple Cs, we saw again equity-like characteristics, just illustrating and underscoring the fact that there were very few places to hide, even in the relative safety of fixed income markets. Next slide, please. And just to illustrate spreads, when we see a large gap in spreads, as illustrated by bank loans, BL, and high yield, HY, in the middle, we see a fall in prices. But as a complement, or to contrast that, we see slightly more attractive yields, at least with credit spreads. Bank loans and high yield offering yields that are slightly higher than average. Core fixed income, again, with a higher concentration of government bonds, offers a very low yield. And that is important to us because we have high allocations to fixed income, and making sure that we're diversified within the fixed income space across interest rate protected securities, bank loans, and assets that offer higher exposure to yielding securities, corporate debt. Next slide, please. And then finally, U.S. equities illustrates again the magnitude of the sell-off year to date, with the rally from March 23rd of around 40%. Believe it or not, the S&P 500 is down only through real time about 3.5%. Large cap growth, technology heavy benchmark is positive for the year, and the NASDAQ is now close, if not exceeding, all-time highs. So we've seen a very sharp rebound. The undercurrent or the underpinning of the U.S. economy doesn't necessarily support some of these equity levels. Nonetheless, higher equity levels from where we are now certainly helps the portfolios, the endowment in particular, which has a higher allocation to growth assets or public equities. Doug, over to you.
Yeah, if you move to the next slide, just the sector split between the month of March and year to date. And again, you can see the bulk of the sell-off in areas of the market that you would anticipate to see further exposure in reaction to what hit the market. So things like financials and energy, again, due to the oil war, energy was the worst performing sector for the quarter. Areas that were more protected, things like healthcare and tech, as David mentioned, held up better during the quarter and the month. If you move to the next slide for non-US equities, again, similar to the US equity markets, you saw non-US equity markets sell off pretty abruptly during the quarter. Trends and themes that occurred in the US markets were pretty similar to the trends and themes in the non-US equity markets. So growth outperformed value, large cap stocks outperformed small cap stocks. The trends you just saw these occur maybe a little bit earlier due to the onset of the coronavirus occurring in China. If you look at the next slide, we show country breakdown, and China is actually the best performer year to date, as you saw the abruptness hit Chinese markets, but also some of the recovery hit there first. versus a country like Brazil, where they were hit particularly hard relative to the oil price war and now have over 500,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19. If you move to the next slide, real estate was actually one of the few asset classes that delivered positive returns for the quarter. We do expect to see some write-downs starting to occur in the second quarter as the full impact of the shutdowns are really felt. You did see small write-downs occur in retail, but the brunt of this is really likely to come in the second quarter as you see appraisals start to reflect those write-downs. If you look on the next slide on page 15, this just highlights the sector diversification and the importance of sector diversification and where we see core real estate really being impacted going forward by the shutdowns. You can see retail there as one of the smaller percentages of the primary areas, being office, industrial, apartment, and retail, is the smallest component of the main four, but still 16% allocation to the broad index. And again, retail really has probably seen the highest impact here related to the shutdowns. It's really exacerbated trends you've seen occurring over the last few years. The other thing to point out here, hotels were much impacted, but that is virtually a non-existent component to the overall portfolio. If you move on to the next slide, just looking at private equity performance, this slide is on a lag as always. If you look over the long term, the last 15, 20 years, you'll see private equity has had a much higher return on an annualized basis than the broad U.S. equity market by roughly about 5% over the last 20 years. But on page 17 on the next slide, private equity has gone through multiple recessions, multiple bear markets, and it is not immune to recessions or bear markets. So we do expect to see some write-downs in the private equity space. But what perhaps is somewhat interesting is on this slide, we look at the dot-com crisis and the financial crisis. And what you'll notice is that the peak to trough for private equity has been lower historically, but the recovery period has been quicker. So on average, about 1.5 to 2 year recovery faster than what you've seen out of the public markets. So again, every downturn is unique, but I think the takeaway here is that the asset class has gone through multiple recessions and again, will not be immune to it, but has held up fairly well on a relative basis. And then finally, on the next slide, to recap the markets, just to look at the year to date, again, ending March 31st versus 2019. And I think, again, it's worth noting, if you look at the red versus the blue is 2019, and you can see basically everything that did the best in 2019 sold off the most in the first quarter. And everything that did the worst in 2019 was pretty much the only areas that were positive in the first quarter. So again, from a diversification standpoint, this is why the portfolios are as diversified as they are. But again, the areas of the market that really sold off the most were the areas that did the best in 2019. With that, I'll stop and see if there's any questions on the market before we get into the performance.
Any questions from anyone else? Doug, you hear every once in a while people talking about the market as having a sugar high. Do you think does it make any theoretical sense to think that, say, stimulus from the Federal Reserve or from the Treasury would cause the market to diverge from fundamentals in a significant way?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the last several instances of quantitative easing, going back to the financial crisis, there is a fairly strong correlation between the initiation of quantitative easing and rebounds in risk assets. So, I think if you look at most studies...
But that could be because they think that federal intervention is affecting the fundamentals.
Correct. And I think there's two views on it, but I think the end point here, from a fundamental standpoint, there is at this point in time still a little bit of a disconnect between current fundamentals and where the market's at. And so, again, those will converge over time. But to your point, there are points in time, particularly in these tipping points or momentum changes, especially when the Fed has intervened through quantitative easing, where you see that dislocation. Obviously, it's gotten a lot of press as of late as the market is, again, closing back into positive territory. versus the underlying economic news and general fundamentals, with a lot of companies still being not particularly great. The market is extremely forward-looking, and right now is looking far past where we're at in the current market or economy.
But you wouldn't. So would you say? I mean, do you think that the market is at unreasonably high levels given fundamentals, or can't say that?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on, I guess, what the next couple of months look like. From an earnings standpoint, it is fair to say that valuations are high based on current earnings estimates.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of this depends on how the next several months end up taking shape, and if current expectations hold true. Obviously, if things take a turn for the worse, the current expectations will certainly be wrong, and in that case, there will be a correction for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if there's no other questions, if we move forward to slide 20, we'll take a look at the University of Iowa operating portfolio. And here we have the overall asset allocation. Again, this is as of the end of March 31st. If you look at the current allocation relative to targets, you'll see we're a little bit underweight to equities, a little bit overweight to the liquidity side, but in general, we're in line with the overall asset allocation, pretty close to overall targets. And if you move forward to the next slide, as David mentioned earlier during the market environment, the fixed income market really dislocated during the quarter, and particularly the credit market side of this had an outsized impact on performance for both the operating and the intermediate portfolio. And if you look at the performance through the quarter, the whole portfolio was down about 3.7%, and that underperformed the policy index. Really, the primary reason there was the credit allocation. As David mentioned, the benchmark 70% treasuries and government agencies. The portfolio itself has an overweight to credit. On the flip side, if you look at April and May so far, the fund has outperformed, as you would expect in both those months. April, the fund was up over 2.5%. And now through May, the fund is actually in positive territory year to date. So again, gives you a sense for the rebound that we've seen in the marketplace. Again, it's both the equity markets and the credit markets have begun to rebound and normalize. If you move forward to the next slide, we look at the Iowa State University operating portfolio. And again, similar story here relative to the overall policy targets, very close in line with targets, just slightly underweight on the equity side, but again, extremely close overall to those targets. And on the next slide, performance, again, for the quarter, down about 4%. And again, similar story here, lagging the overall policy target, primarily because of that underweight to treasuries and more credit in the overall portfolio. The same reason for the outperformance in April. The fund was up just under 3%, outperforming the index. And then in May, again, the fund is right around positive territory for the year to date. If you move forward to the next slide, we look at the University of Iowa diversified intermediate portfolio. And again, here you can see the overall allocation is very close in line with targets. This portfolio has a little bit more return target, a little higher return target than the operating portfolio, takes on a little bit more risk. So you can see a little higher allocations to the equity markets, and again, a little bit higher allocation to credit. If you look on the next slide, you'll see, again, for the quarter, similar story. The disconnect in the credit markets was the primary reason for the sell-off and a little bit higher allocation to the equity markets. The fund was down a little over 8% for the quarter. And again, the primary detractor here was that underweight to treasuries and the overweight to credit. Now, again, since then in April, the fund is up around 4.3%, May up another 2.5% or so. So the fund is not quite back into positive territory, but it's down roughly 2% or so year to date through May. And again, April and May, a lot of the parts of the market that caused the underperformance in the quarter have now since reversed, as that dislocation in the credit markets has really reversed itself. And I'll turn it over to Dave to cover the endowment.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Doug. And then lastly, the two endowments. The endowments, of course, are the most risk tolerant, have the highest level of risk, the longest term time horizon, and the most aggressive growth aspirations. And as a result, we have a higher allocation to private markets, a higher allocation to public equities, and a lower allocation to diversifiers and yielding assets. So we would expect over the long term for these results to be very close to 7.5%. outpacing the diversified intermediate and the operating portfolios. But of course, during periods like this, we see larger sell-offs because of the higher allocation to risk assets, to public equity assets, or to public equity. Private market portfolio is right around 34%. I will note that we will see some markdowns over the course of the next few quarters. We will see a slower pacing of capital calls. Distributions will also slow, and we would expect that gap between the amount allocated of the market value and the goal allocation to narrow a little bit. Also, we've seen public equity valuations come up, and that will help offset some of that difference. Next slide, please. So performance, again, same themes here. Down on the quarter by around 11%. We saw strong performance in April of around 4.5%, and equally strong performance in May. Not back to positive territory, but not nearly as dire as the situation that we're looking at now. Down just a few percentage points through May, and we continue to see more equity traction so far this month in June. Next slide, please. In similar theme, the endowments for both universities have identical goal allocations. There can be some differences due to cash flows, due to position sizes, particularly in equity markets. But again, the outcome and the desired allocation is nearly identical. And that leads to, on the next slide, please, very similar results, still down for the quarter, but up in April, up in May, up in June so far, fueled by a very healthy stimulus tailwind. Again, our goal return over the long term approaches 7.5%, and we still expect to be able to achieve that with the allocation that we have in place, despite some of the sell-off, or despite the sell-off in equity markets. And we'll pause there for questions about anything market-related, portfolio-related.
Just wanted to give an opportunity to say something about a topic we were talking about earlier this morning, that we're in a good liquidity situation, right? That we have the liquidity to deal with events that we might expect, or even in these very challenging times.
That's exactly right. Across the operating and diversified intermediate portfolios, very liquid portfolios, most of those assets are liquid on a daily basis. When we think about the endowment, still a high allocation to liquid assets. But of course, we do have some illiquidity risk, which is a main catalyst for growth. But the short answer to your question, very healthy liquidity, no concerns from our end.
Thank you. All right. Now, is that all of your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Are there any questions from anyone else? All right. Is there any other business to come before the committee? If not, the Investment and Finance Committee is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board of Regents, State of Iowa for June 4th, 2020 will come to order. I will begin by calling the roll. Regent Dunkel.
Here.
Regent Barker.
Here.
Regent Least.
Here.
Regent County.
Here. I'm here.
Okay, I see you. Regent Dokovich.
Here.
Regent Bates.
Here.
Regent Lindemeyer.
Here.
Regent Butker.
Here.
Regent Richards is present. We have a quorum and the meeting can proceed. I'd like to start. I may also alter the sequence of the agenda a little bit, but let's start with the Audit and Compliance Committee.
Okay, thank you, President Richards.
Regent Dunkel.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Then we'll open the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting. And the first item is the minutes of April 1st, 2020. Are there any questions or corrections to the report? Okay, then the committee will approve the minutes by general consent. The State Auditor's Office has released the FY 2019 State of Iowa Single Audit Report, and we all received that in our board books. Marlis Gaston, the Deputy Auditor of the state, was with us at our last meeting and said that there are no material non-compliance issues with any region institutions, and a clean opinion was expected. And as we received the final report, we find that that is confirmed and true. So if there are any questions or comments regarding the report. All right. And then next, unfortunately, Patrice Sayre, our Chief Audit Executive, is not able to join us today. But I did review the different audits that she had. We had 3 at the University of Iowa, the University Billing Office, the University of Iowa Diagnostic Laboratories Revenue Cycle, and the youth programs. At Iowa State University, the internal audits that we had was a transportation services audit. And at the University of Northern Iowa, we had a national program for playground safety audit performed. Did anyone have any questions about any of the reports presented? Okay. Well, in the absence of Patrice, I would still like to thank her and her team for the work that they have during the challenge of the coronavirus time now. Is there any other business to come before this committee?
Nancy, do you know the red on the emergency preparedness audit follow-up? Do you know why that is?
That it's important that we get that.
So I guess we'll hear about that the next meeting, but.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It would be red because it's highly important to us.
Okay.
And yes, we should hear, we had 4 follow-up reports, David. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right, then I'll make a motion that we close this meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Regent Barker, for that second. The Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel. We will skip the University of Iowa Hospital and Clinics meeting. We won't skip it. We'll just put it down later in the schedule. And we'll move to the consent agenda. Are there items board members would like to remove from the consent agenda for a separate vote? A motion and a second are required to approve and receive items on the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
I'll move to accept.
Who was that? That was Regent
Jerry Bates,
Barker.
I moved.
Yeah. Was that Regent Bates? Yes. Okay. Any discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Regent Least?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent County?
But I don't think you can hear me. Sorry.
We can hear you.
Oh, you can. Good. Okay. Thank you.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
Regent Dakovich?
Yes.
Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Butker?
Yes.
Regent Richards votes yes. The motion is approved. Then I will move on to my comments. And then after my comments, we'll all take a break. And I think the hospital committee is hospital is teed up for 12:30. Okay, so after I get done, then we'll go to the hospital committee, but we'll have a break for approximately, well, till 12:30. We'll start them at 12:30. The COVID-19 virus and the response to it has brought about many changes to our country, state, and region institutions. Many of these changes are temporary, while others will be with us on a more permanent basis. Time will tell as we continue to make our way through this crisis. First, I want to take a moment to congratulate all the graduates of the class of 2020. The thousands of students that received diplomas at our institutions did so in a unique way through virtual ceremonies. We are empathetic that they could not have a traditional graduation. Unfortunately, the safety and health of everyone takes precedence, and graduation in its typical form could not take place. I applaud our institutions for putting together virtual ceremonies in a short time for our students. Still, current circumstances do not take away from the tremendous accomplishment of our graduates at our universities and special schools. Receiving a degree is one of life's truly great moments, and on behalf of the board, I want to personally congratulate everyone in the class of 2020 for their achievement. Now our board and universities and special schools look forward to the fall semester. We have been clear that our intention is to open our campuses this fall, including in-person instruction, open residence halls, on-campus dining, and campus activities. Our universities have each established a committees dedicated to prepare plans for how our campuses can open in a safe and effective manner as possible. They have been working hard on these plans. We will continue to use guidance from the CDC, the Iowa Department of Health, and others to make informed, fact-based decisions. We do believe that we can open our campuses in a safe manner, so that is how we are proceeding. There are many details to be worked out, both inside and outside of the classroom. When our campuses open, we plan to have a full range of on-campus experiences as possible, including athletics. How our campuses will operate in the COVID-19 environment will be specifically dealt with by the committees of the universities. We recognize there are many questions, but I want to let everyone know that these plans are proceeding as quickly as possible. As plans are finalized, each institution will communicate them publicly so everyone will know what the guidelines are for the fall of 2020 semester. At the board level, we have established an advisory group made up of 4 regents and university representation. This ad hoc committee has already had initial meetings. The group's primary charge is to look for academic and administrative collaboration opportunities across the Regent enterprise. Public higher education was already evolving before COVID-19, but with the added pressure of the pandemic, we must begin to make systemic changes now. Our universities have withstood many challenging times in their history: numerous wars, economic depressions, recessions, and prior pandemics. As regents, it is our responsibility to make sure that the University of Iowa, Iowa State, and the University of Northern Iowa remain healthy so they can be here for the next 100 years, or I'll say, or more. This advisory group may consider many different things. For example, making strategic investments to expand the opportunities for students at one university to take classes online from one of the other universities, creating new online programs for non-traditional students, expand the post-secondary enrollment option for high school students, and whether administrative functions at all three universities can be consolidated. We also will need to consider whether to put a moratorium on new construction and exploring additional public-private partnerships. These are merely some examples that the advisor group will be looking at in the months to come. But I know it will be comprehensive and thoughtful. They will make formal recommendations to this board in the November meeting, and I look forward to hearing what financial, academic, and administrative changes they believe will make our Regent universities stronger. As we continue to navigate current circumstances and move forward, know that the board's top priority remains continuing to provide an affordable, accessible, high-quality education for our students. Thank you. And we will break now till 12:30. Now I'd like to recognize Regent Bates, who will run the University of Iowa Hospital and Clinics committee meeting. Regent Bates.
Thank you, President Richards. Our first item is approval of the minutes of the April 1st, 2020 meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. Any questions? And now for the University of Iowa Healthcare presentation on the financial implications of COVID-19. I welcome Vice President for Medical Affairs and Tyrone D. Artez Dean, Carver College of Medicine, Dr. Brooks Jackson, Associate Vice President for UI Healthcare and UIHC CEO Suresh Gunasekaran, and Associate Vice President for Finance and UI Healthcare CFO Bradley Hawes. Dr. Jackson, if you would like to go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Regent Bates and other regents. I'm pleased to be here today and joined by Suresh Gunasekaran, Associate Vice President and CEO of UI Hospitals and Clinics, and Brad Hawes, our CFO and Associate Vice President for Finance. So the focus of our presentation today will be on the financial implications of the pandemic crisis for UI Healthcare and our plans to address the unprecedented challenge facing our healthcare system. Before we begin, I would just like to say how proud I am of the way our team has performed in response to these extraordinary times, and how grateful I am for their hard work to sustain and even advance each one of our vital mission areas, research, education, and patient care during this crisis. Everyone moved very quickly to adjust to new and different ways of carrying out our tripartite mission in an environment that was suddenly and dramatically altered. Your creativity, the commitment, and courage of our people was a marvel to witness, from ensuring the stability of our clinical operations in the face of a potential surge of patients with coronavirus, to honing online working and learning capabilities for those who were asked to swiftly depart campus, to sustaining valuable research programs that are the lifeblood of academic medical centers. And in so many ways, the people of UI Healthcare stepped up to the challenge. We are grateful to the university leadership, the Board of Regents, and to the state of Iowa for their partnership during this difficult time. And we can't begin to express our appreciation for the outpouring of support and collaboration from our community and all the people of Iowa who have stood with us during this crisis. As the dust begins to settle from the frenzied early days of this crisis, and we look towards building our future and shaping our new normal, there are reasons for optimism. In the educational arena, our fourth-year medical students return this week to begin their clinical rotations. As we welcome them back to campus, I think it's important to note that thanks to the great work of our educators, they really did not miss a beat educationally. While the students may have been gone from campus, they never stopped learning. Over the past few months, as courses shifted online, our medical students were able to focus on the more didactic book learning aspects of their studies to prepare them for this important hands-on stage of their learning in a clinical setting. Second and third year students will return for their clinical rotations July 1st. And our research enterprise has also begun to resume its work as the Carver College of Medicine pilots the university's phase 1 research ramp up designed to ensure laboratories and other research work that can safely and responsibly resume. Although we have been engaged in coronavirus research by a number of our faculty over the last several months. And on the clinical care front, although we know this pandemic will be with us for many more months to come, we also believe that UI Healthcare is one of the safest places in the state. We learned a great deal over the past few months and are confident in our ability to safely and effectively treat coronavirus positive patients. Of note, not a single UI Healthcare employee has been infected as a result of caring for a COVID positive patient, and our survival rates for patients who we follow from initial diagnosis of their coronavirus infection is 99.7%, which is among the best survival rates anywhere in the world. Perhaps even more importantly, we are confident in our ability to continue to care for all patients during this pandemic, whatever their healthcare needs may be. When Becker's Healthcare released their 2020 edition list of 100 great hospitals in America, a couple weeks ago, it came as no surprise to those of us who've worked in some of the nation's most esteemed healthcare institutions that the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics was on that list. We are delighted to be recognized in this way, but the real honor goes to the people who make UIHC what it is each and every day, a world-class health system that is second to none. So we want to reassure the people of Iowa that it is safe to come here for their healthcare needs. Cancer, stroke, heart disease, osteoarthritis, diabetes, none of these conditions took a break because of the pandemic. Yet many patients who suffer from these same conditions may have stopped seeking the care they need, despite the fact that some of these conditions may actually pose a more imminent threat to their health than coronavirus. We certainly understand the concerns and fears of patients and families. It has been a scary time. The health and safety of patients and staff has always been our highest priority. You'll hear more from Suresh about some of the new policies and procedures we have implemented over the past few months that we believe make us one of the safest places in Iowa. We want everyone to know how important it is for them to seek the care they may need. And we want them to know it is safe to come back to the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics. So we stand ready. So there is reason for optimism during this otherwise dark time in our history, and there are certainly some rays of bright light. Yet there is another very sobering aspect to the situation at UI Healthcare, and that is the focus of our presentation today. Like everywhere, the pandemic caused tremendous disruption to our usual operations, and the financial impact of that has been quite frankly staggering. The decision to temporarily suspend elective procedures, while absolutely the right thing to do to conserve PPE and get us better prepared, it had a severe negative impact on our revenues. In a matter of weeks, we went from being on track for one of our best years ever, financially speaking, to one of our worst. Federal economic assistance has helped ameliorate some of the losses, and we are grateful for the support of our federal delegation for the recognition of the unique and vital role hospitals like ours play during the epidemic. But the magnitude of the losses far outpaced the limited relief. Moreover, the pandemic promises to be with us for some time, casting a lingering fog of uncertainty about the future. So unfortunately, our financial situation for FY21 has the potential to be even worse. So the journey ahead is a challenging one, to be sure. Still, I do remain optimistic because I know UI Healthcare has the talent and the drive and the dedication to get us where we need to be. It won't be easy, it won't be without pain, but we will emerge stronger than before. With that, I'd like to now ask Suresh and Brad to share with you more of the details of our current situation and our plan for moving forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to be with you. I just wanted to get a little bit of technical stuff. Is the boardroom going to help me advance my slides?
That's right. Just let me know when you want it to go ahead.
Great. That'd be wonderful. If you could move to slide 3, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Again, Regent Bates and the board, President Harold, thank you for your time today. What we really wanted to talk to you about is the progress that we've made. But as a preamble, one of the things I'll say is that our experience through the pandemic, being at the kind of the center of it in the delivery of healthcare, we've learned a lot. And I think what we've learned scientifically is pretty significant. And I think that you're going to hear more and more about that. Clearly, we've made a lot of progress on therapies. You've already heard about that. One thing I wanted to make sure you understood is that we did come together as one University of Iowa campus during this period of time too. I don't think Brooks and I have had a day that's gone by since March where we didn't walk into these buildings. And I've had the pleasure of spending time with our staff on the day shift, the night shift, the weekend shift. Everywhere I see the same thing, which is how amazing it has been that some really great Iowans come together to really help a broader group of Iowans. And I think we never lost sight of why we do it. And I think the staff is a little bit tired, to be honest. You know, they look at everybody else who's figuring out how to work remotely and work from home as their businesses have kind of slowed up, and ours have kind of speed up. Even when our volume was down, we had lots of staff that were cross-training in case there was a surge of Iowans that came to our hospital. So even when you look at these charts and graphs that I'm about to show you, don't think for a second that because the volumes went down that necessarily our workload went down. We had over 2,000 nurses and other patient care staff that cross-trained and learned other jobs in case there was a surge in patients. And so clinic nurses were ready to work in the hospital, and hospital med-surg nurses were ready to work in ICUs, and pediatric nurses were training on how to help adult patients. So this moment has been a great learning opportunity. And by the same token, we've had a tremendous amount of support across the university campus. During the peak of this, we got support from our security colleagues, our supply chain colleagues, our parking colleagues, our infrastructure teams, IT, finance, facilities. It really does take a village, but even without the accomplishments, I think it was the commitment from the university leadership across the board, from the beginning to the middle to the end. And I don't think we've reached the end, but I think that it says a lot about us in terms of how much we are able to accomplish as one team. And being on the front lines with the staff, I will tell you, every bit of it has made a difference. There was a lot of cause for fear. There was a lot of cause for panic. And the reason we were able to get through this is because we really did come together. And I can't thank you enough for your support, because folks really do care what the top leadership at the board level and the president level really feels. And I can tell you, down to the frontline nurses and the frontline doctors, they really feel the support. And as we talk through this presentation, there'll be many moments where it seems as though we're worried about the future. And that's true. There are aspects of it that are worrisome. But I will tell you that we give this presentation with full confidence that we absolutely can get through this. We can continue to serve Iowans at the levels that they've come to expect. And we hold ourselves to ever getting better every day, every week, every month. So when we go into this context of what we're doing, we see these as a new set of challenges that are going to require a new set of solutions. And it's going to require us to be honest with ourselves and with you about how we can be most effective. And it's going to require us to do a little bit better at a lot of different things. But I think we got a great team, and we'll get to it. So on slide 3 here, when this story started, I think that very much it was Charles Dickens' tale of it was the best of times and it was the worst of times. When COVID-19 started, it certainly started with the worst of times. And we had significant concerns about whether we were going to be able to make it through this. And all of the different worries we had are listed here, many of which are very, very known to you. Next slide, please. Although it started as the worst of times, it really turned out to be the best of times. And this mountain analogy is something that we've been using with the staff. And that is, when we stared at this mountain that was COVID-19 and how are we going to modify our health system to get to this, would we ever get to the top of that mountain? Many days at the beginning, it really seemed like we wouldn't. But in truth, we're thankful that we did. And we didn't make it up in a straight line, and all days weren't full progress. But you can see all of the amazing things that we were able to accomplish as one UI healthcare team. We set up our own ILI clinic, which is a really dedicated clinic for COVID-19 patients. We had dedicated units. We pioneered home treatment so that every patient didn't have to be in a hospital bed. We radically modified what UI healthcare even looks like, with visitor restrictions, with moving staff to remote working, to implementing new safety and cleaning standards. And that's before you even get to the new therapies, whether it's the clinical trials of remdesivir or the plasma therapy. All of these different things are things that we put in place in weeks and months to radically change what we're able to do, so that ultimately we got to the top of the mountain in a manner in which we have modified our healthcare system in an almost permanent way to be prepared for taking care of COVID-19 patients and offering them the highest level of care, at the same time maintaining the high level of care for all other patients. And that was this mountain. Could we do both? Could we modify it? And I'm happy to report to you we have. And along the way, sure, we have a lot of things that we are proud of, most of which is that we've been able to do it with the support of our staff. We have always put the safety of the staff first, whether it is face shields, face coverings, screenings, whatever it is, we've tried to put that forward. I've always gotten support from President Harold and Dr. Jackson to make sure that we spare no real expense in trying to make sure that we have the PPE that's necessary and the supplies necessary to put the safety and well-being of our patients and our staff first. And so I'm happy to report to you that I think that where we are today is a stronger organization to be able to both manage the pandemic and manage the diseases that we would otherwise. Next slide, please. But we know that there is still one mountain ahead, and that one mountain ahead is the financial impact. And for the first mountain, we had to modify UI healthcare in order to manage the pandemic while still managing all these critical healthcare conditions. The next mountain will require us to modify the organization to deal with a new financial reality. And we're not sure what this financial reality is. It's very different in different regions and for different healthcare systems. What we do know is that it is the largest financial challenge that this organization has ever faced. And the kinds of losses we've already seen from this are simply staggering and unprecedented. But in this deck, we adapted it from a presentation that we gave to our staff as well over the last couple of weeks. Next slide, please. The story begins with just unbelievably low volumes. And so this was across the board. And this is really the bold red numbers show you at the peak in April what the declines were across the board. And you can see it was in hospital occupancy, it was in our emergency room volumes, our clinic volumes, our operative volumes. And you can see in May around the ORs that with the resumption of elective surgeries, that some of that volume returned, but it's still in May very much behind what it has been in the past. Now, in the most recent week, we've seen it come back almost to 85% of where it would be. So by the end of May, the decline in main OR volume went to about 15%, and the decline in ASC volume went to about 20%. And so we're still doing a lot better throughout the month, but you can see that we had really staggering declines in our volumes. I'll ask Brad Hawes if he wants to comment on what we've been looking at in terms of our physician practice volumes.
Thank you, Suresh. One other comment before we look at the practice volumes. I think the analogy of the second mountain is appropriate. When we work through the initial stages in conquering that first mountain, I don't think it's too much of an overstatement to say we simply said, let's put the financial consequences aside, and taking cues from President Harold and Dr. Jackson, repeatedly felt like we were just doing the right thing, and that we would figure out what to do with the financials later. And that's kind of where we are now. Normal things that you would do when volumes decline like this are, modify your staffing ratios, or when your masks are costing 10 times what they normally do, you would maybe pause and look for another source. In those situations, the financials were not, and I don't think they should have ever been, the preeminent thought. And so we're here today really about the second mountain. These volumes, obviously in the hospital, are paralleled by what we see in the practice plan. The practice plan volumes in many situations are off 50%, and they're off in some of the most lucrative services. Surgeries are the financial backbone of any health system, and when we stopped those, that became a real financial driver to us. There are services that have continued, as you might expect. OB is not a calendar that's subject to COVID. Our mental health services are running full, and our cancer services, as an example, did not see the same decline. But when you get into the surgery volumes, and especially what some people call elective, I don't know that that's the right term, I would say schedulable surgeries, those have took you significant declines, and we're in the process of trying to build those back.
Thanks, Brad. Next slide, please. So the overall financial impact of COVID is represented on this slide. On the left-hand side, I will walk through the table a little bit and pause at the end to allow Brad to also correct me in case I don't explain it to the right level of detail. What you see here are the months of February, March, April, May, and June. February, we didn't have any COVID impact. It began really in March, and you can see some columns. How much money did we receive in federal government stimulus, reimbursement, if you will, for this? Impact is lost revenue and increased expenses, and net impact is stimulus plus impact to figure out in a month what the net impact was, and ultimately what did that mean to our margin. And then the final column says in February, coming out of February, we had year to date an $81 million positive margin. And you can see through this that March, April, May, and June are projections. You can see that we anticipate that we will have $30 million received from the federal government in stimulus. We would have about $150 million in impact, and that the net impact between those two is a math equation that leads to $120 million impact, and that will flow through to our margin as an $83 million negative margin. And the $83 million negative margin impact in these months will, we project, put our year-to-date margin at a negative $2 million for the year. As you can see, the stimulus was extremely helpful in helping us with the impact of this, but it didn't equal the magnitude of what we have. Brad, do you want to comment on this?
The other point that I would make is that the impact really is a way to consider also, and you see the footnote in the bottom left-hand corner, we rely on a margin necessary to replace our capital, our equipment, our facilities, and those kinds of things. And so in each of these months, April, May, and June, especially, those are typically our highest margin months. And so when you look at an impact, 120, and what's the difference between the 120 million and the 83 million? It's the budgeted margin that we would typically see in those months as a way to afford the capital required to really run our business. The second point that I would make, and you can see the footnote there as well, the practice plan, which is not typically reported as part of the hospital and clinics, lost $9 million in the month of April as well. If you look over the months that are shown here, the anticipated loss for the practice plan is on the order of $20 million. The impact would be about 30 million. The loss would be about 20 million. And so those are additive numbers that represent the challenge or the mountain that we're attempting to scale.
Next slide, please. As we go into 21, we are really thinking about the fact that UIHC is vulnerable to lose at a clip between 10 and $20 million a month if things don't change. But one of the questions that we always get is, why can't we just focus on breaking even? Breaking even would be positive compared to where we've been during this pandemic, but it's always important to understand that we use the first bit of margin to invest in necessary capital. And what we see here is that typically the 3-year average of the capital that we need to keep running the buildings and running the operations is about $80 million. You can see on the left-hand side, the building and infrastructure maintenance per year runs about $30 million. What we're talking about there is the roof, elevators, HVAC, those kinds of things. The vast majority of buildings at University of Iowa and hospitals and clinics outside of the Stead Family Children's Hospital are multiple decades old. As you are aware, it's because of this capital situation that greater than 50% of our beds are still semi-private. The reason this number is so high is that over the past decade, multiple times we have not invested in keeping the capital up, so this has come forward. Equipment replacement, this is relatively normal for a healthcare system of our size. Again, a little bit larger than normal because of prior years underinvestment, but this is just regular medical equipment that is getting old and beyond useful life that has to be replaced. This doesn't reflect getting fancy new technology. This is just making sure that we have the regular stuff that is necessary. Again, our equipment requirements are higher than the typical hospital because we do really complex care, which requires more equipment. And then space renovation. So the general idea here is that on the right-hand side is if we have these kinds of requirements in general, it's necessary for us to have a 3% margin every year just to fund our own capital as we're unable to fund those from other sources. And that number is a pretty significant number. So when we go into next year, we're looking at a challenge of not only facing potential losses in a month or annualized, but the fact that we may not be able to get to the required capital that we have in a year. Next slide, please. Brad, do you want to comment on the last slide and take us through this one?
Sure. So this is a picture of our margin over the last 15 years or so. And you can see, you know, every 3 or 4, 5 years, there seems to be some kind of downturn or event that yields a more skinny margin, I guess is the word I would use. 2009, people will remember the Great Recession. Specific to the university situation here, there was the Great Flood, downturn in 13 again, and then 17 and 18. The point that Suresh was making on the last slide, I think, is valid here. When I arrived here almost 2 years ago, we were in the midst of a capital freeze, and we were coming out of some difficult financial times in 17 and 18, where we had smaller margins, but we had just invested a lot of capital in other services or facilities here. And so the margin that you see in 18, 19, and what we were hoping for in 20 was, from the perspective of our rating agencies, an effort to rebuild our balance sheet and put us in a position that they would say is needed to weather the downturns and the rainy days. And so we're not really in a position where we had fully recovered from those leaner times. We've reported many times in this meeting that our days cash on hand is not equivalent to those peers that we look at in our bond rating. But there was a lot of optimism, and not that that's been completely removed, but the lack of the continued strong margins to recover in our balance sheet perspective makes that difficult. And so as you can see here, the $83 million margin that we started with essentially becomes a $2 million loss if our forecasts are accurate. We hope that they're actually too pessimistic. And when we look into 21, it's hard to know what that looks like. Right now, I think our intent is to budget a break even. But to get to a break even, that will require management's ability to pull many levers and to do it in ways that we have not previously had to do, as was indicated in the preamble.
Thanks, Brad. Next slide, please. We know that next year is going to be a difficult year. The world has changed. It's not the same as it was before COVID. There's a likelihood a slower return to patients wanting to be seen in clinic. The economic circumstances of many Iowans may change during this pandemic and after this pandemic, which may affect our demand for elective surgeries or transfer volume. As more Iowans potentially lose employment, their source of insurance will also change, which has a financial impact on us as we deliver care for them. So all of this is to say that we think that management has to take action. Simply hoping that if we wait 3 months or a year, it'll all just come back, I think is unlikely. Next slide, please. So to finish this up, management does have a plan, and we are optimistic about this next year. As Brad indicated, we are going to project for next year a break-even budget. This will require us to have significant improvement across the system and pull multiple levers, as Brad said. We're looking at improving our inpatient outpatient throughput to improve the profitability of our services by scheduling more efficiently, moving patients through more efficiently, which can be a source of financial improvement. We're going to continue to grow programs that Iowans have wanted us to grow. in the areas of cancer, orthopedics, cardiovascular care, and women and children's services. These programs are not only necessary for Iowans, but they're also ones that are accretive to our financial bottom line. We have to look at everything on the table when it comes to improving efficiency. And so we're going to look at supply chain and our billing processes to see how much we can extract from these. We're going to have to think outside the box and probably think outside of Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. You'll probably hear about us extending clinics and operating rooms into evenings and weekends. You'll probably see us trying to move more care off campus into more Iowa communities so that we can do more healthcare of Iowans away from Hawkins Drive in Iowa City. And then we're going to have to control our labor expense and innovate new models of staffing to make sure that everyone's functioning at their highest level. We think that by doing this, we can continue to preserve a very bright future as we move forward. But these circumstances do require us to look at our expenses very difficultly, as well as challenge ourselves to generate new revenue streams. Next slide, please. We presented these concepts to our staff. About 8,000 staff out of our 12,000 attended town halls with me and other members of the leadership team over the last couple of weeks to talk about how we're going to get more focus for the upcoming year. You can see the themes here. We're going to make sure that the campus remains safe. We're going to continue to innovate more ways to have Iowans choose us. We're going to focus on efficiency at both the department level and the enterprise level. And number 5, we're going to continue to have an unwavering commitment on the part of our management across the organization to support our staff during this very challenging time. We're not only going to have to make a lot of changes within the organization, but we're going to be asking a lot of our staff during this period of time, and we want to be supportive. But I really appreciate everyone's time today. We know that these are going to be challenges, and we will have some very difficult decisions to make. But I really do think that at the other end of this, that we can be a much stronger healthcare system that is more capable of continuing to meet the needs of all Iowans, even with the pandemic still in our community.
Thank you, Suresh. Are there any questions? I can't see anybody on the screen, so speak up if you have a question or a comment.
Okay, I had one question. This is David Barker.
Yes, Regent Barker, go ahead.
Thank you. If there is a second wave of the COVID virus, do you believe you would ever recommend postponing all elective surgery again, or are you prepared better now with PPP and other contingencies so that would not have to be done?
We would make. Oh, sorry, Brooks.
Go ahead, Suresh.
I'll just do a piece of it and then turn it over to Brooks. I think that it would really depend on what the resurgence looks like, but we certainly have enough capability to continue on with certain services, whether they be elective surgeries or otherwise. However, we would always manage the pandemic first. It really comes down to, is it 5 cases? Is it 10 cases? Is it 100 cases? What we have proven is that we can really ramp down surgery very, very quickly if circumstances change. So probably what we would do is make sure to make the right decision that's based on the data. But what do you think, Brooks?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we are certainly much better prepared this time around. I mean, we have great testing capability. We've got the PPE. We know how to screen patients. We know how to do the visitor. All those things we're extremely well prepared for. As Suresh said, it really depends on the numbers. And then the other big unknown is, will we have good drugs, effective drugs? If you have really good effective drugs and people can be basically cured within a couple of days, that makes a huge difference. And there is a lot of research, as you probably read, about these new drugs and whether we have a vaccine. I don't think a vaccine will be available until the next calendar year, but the drugs may be effective. And as I said, we've learned a lot in how to treat this disease, as I mentioned, between our convalescent plasma, or remdesivir, and just our supportive care. We have some of the world's best pulmonologists, intensivists, hospitalists, infectious disease faculty.
to be able to say we have a 99.7% survival rate from patients from initial diagnosis, and we're talking, I think, 367 patients. Only one has died, a man or someone who had very advanced cancer disease before the coronavirus infection. I just think that we have learned to do this really well, and we can ramp down quickly if we need to do that by decreasing our surgeries, for example. And we know how to, on the outpatient basis, how to handle this much better. Our influenza-like clinic and funneling patients with symptomatic symptoms of coronavirus really made everything safer, as well as allowed us to very efficiently and effectively treat people very quickly. So I think we'd be in good shape. Will people not come, though? Because this is part of the problem, is that while we never had more than about 40 inpatients at our hospital, even though we had the capability of up to 500 patients, we saw decreases in patients, not just from elective surgeries, but there's a lot of fear of just coming to a hospital and healthcare facility at this point.
But so I think I'm hearing that if we had another wave that was on the same order of magnitude as the first one, that you might not need to postpone all elective surgery. Is that?
Yeah, that's correct.
I think that's correct.
I do think, however, I mean, within a broader context, it would have an impact, because I mean, it's just a matter of, your question is very perceptive in the fact that it wouldn't necessarily have to be all elective surgeries getting postponed, but I would just say that circumstance have to dictate it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else have any questions, comments?
Suresh, this is Milt.
Hey, Milt.
Go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to say I really enjoy your report. You're realistic, but you're also optimistic. Really, really appreciate that. Guess my question is, I remember the day you had to send them home and how bad you felt. Have any of your volunteers been able to come back yet?
We're trying to figure it out, and let's just say there might be one volunteer that gave birth to me, and she lives here and wonders when she can get in to volunteer as well. However, safety first. The volunteers serve a very important function. We've now brought, Brooks can comment on this, we're transitioning learners back into our patient care settings. After the learners come back in, then we will bring in the volunteers. In certain limited areas, they've been here. So the gift shop and some of their supportive services have been reactivated for a month. But the truth being told, the vast majority of volunteers have not been able to come back yet. And so we hope that this summer we will have it figured out in a phased plan. But our volunteers are so important around here. Such a large place, so many of the patients not from this county. The volunteers really provide a necessary service. So it has bothered me a lot, as you pointed out, to have to send them home. But I think we're pretty close to bringing them back.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Well, I'm going to read my comments so that I make sure I get it all said, so bear with me. But on behalf of the board and all Iowans, I again want to thank everyone at UIHC for being the heroes on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition to our most valuable resource, our people, our financial resources have also been challenged in a way we have not experienced in our lifetime. Historically low patient volumes, suspending elective surgeries, continued pay for all, performing research, purchasing personal protective and screening equipment in amounts like never before, and planning and preparing for a potential large surge in hospitalization have resulted in immediate and long-term financial impacts, as we have just heard. Your presentation did an excellent job of laying out the challenges, the significant work to be done, what has been done to date, the current and projected financial impact, and the financial plan moving forward. It is not lost on this board how much time and hard work all of this takes to figure out. We want you to know that this board stands with you and support you during this challenging journey ahead. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other business to come before the board, the committee? Hearing none, the committee will receive the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics presentation by general consent. The University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Committee is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Bates. Excellent, and thank everyone. At this time, I'd like to recognize Brad Berg from the Board of Regents office, who will make comments and introduce others who will speak.
Thank you, President Richards. Before the board today is the second and final reading of the proposed tuition and mandatory fees for the 2021 academic year. The board's also asked to approve the common and university program specific fees and the allocation of certain fees as recommended by the student fee committees. Unless there are questions at this time, we do have student government leaders from each of the universities scheduled to comment on the tuition proposals. With that, I'd like to recognize Elle Boeding, who is the president of the University of Northern Iowa Student Government. Elle?
Members of the Board of Regents, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Elle Boeding, and I am the student body president at the University of Northern Iowa. I wanted to express my deepest gratitude for your leadership and support of our institution during these uncertain times. The tuition freeze you all have implemented is crucial to protecting access to high quality and affordable education at UNI. And I wanted to share with you a story from a student to show how important and truly appreciated these measures are. One of our students shared their experience working 2 part-time jobs throughout the duration of their schooling, while also picking up odd jobs like pet sitting or nannying when possible to make more money. The COVID-19 pandemic took away the students' normal sources of income, which made them fearful for the future of their education. As a sociology major, the student has to pay for their research, access to conferences to further their research, and other personal and academic expenses. The fear of the unknown has had an incredibly negative impact on our students, and the thought of not being able to carry out their academic aspirations due to financial constraints was crushing for the student. With the news that tuition and fees would remain flat, that provides some much needed consistency for students and others that we are searching for in a time like this. Many students have lost jobs, had to move home, struggled to pay bills, and have been left with many questions like, will I be able to even have a job to afford my education? Is returning in the fall even financially feasible for me? With these questions in mind, these forms of relief are even more important. The CARES Act funding we received provided relief to 3,000 students on our campus, but sadly, that only covers a portion of the losses our students have experienced. Protecting access for our students is of the utmost importance, as a majority of our student population comes from middle class or low income households. These are students who, without adequate financial support, may not be able to attend our institution. In order to maintain the high quality of our academic experience at UNI, while fulfilling an average faculty to student ratio of 17:1, where 95% of our students are able to obtain at least one meaningful career-related experience during their undergraduate career, and 85% of our students find their first career right here in the state of Iowa, we ask the board to please continue to invest in UNI. We are incredibly grateful for your decision to freeze tuition for the fall semester, but we urge you to extend the freeze through the spring semester. The economic impacts of COVID-19 will extend far beyond the fall, and our students deserve the opportunity to continue their education for the same cost as in the fall. UNI has made a commitment to freezing our tuition and fees over the past few years in order to differentiate ourselves from the other Regent institutions, and we ask the board to please support that commitment. It is no secret that students are at their best when they have the adequate support to be successful. Whether that be financial, emotional, interpersonal, these types of support are all a very important part of the UNI experience. Considering many of our students lost their on-campus support system in March, there has been a serious impact on student mental health. Now, more than ever, we must make mental health a priority across the state of Iowa. We need to ensure our students are provided with adequate resources, while further anticipating that our counseling center is also planning for an influx of new student concerns brought on by the coronavirus. We have had very successful student-led efforts in advocating for mental health in the past year, and we would be very grateful for the board's support in continuing to advocate for a sustainable stream of mental health funding. Our student success, both in the classroom and out, quite literally depends on it. Once again, I would like to thank you for creating a space for me to speak today and for your guidance in navigating this difficult time. We are in a pivotal moment right now, and we must focus on our priorities. Though navigating the transition online has been difficult, I've seen such resilience from our students, faculty, staff, and the greater UNI community. Strong leadership is student-centered, empathetic, and consistent. And I hope we can continue to support student needs throughout the entirety of the pandemic and far beyond. We have the future of the state of Iowa in our classrooms, or in our Zoom rooms, and we must do all we can to protect access to high quality and affordable education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Our next presenter is Eleanor Field, and Eleanor is the president of the Iowa State Graduate and Professional Student Senate. Eleanor.
Hello. My name is Eleanor Field, and I am the returning president of the Graduate and Professional Student Senate at Iowa State University. I'm also a fourth-year PhD candidate in entomology. I am joined by both our current Vice President, James Klimovics, and our Vice President-elect, Carrie Ann Johnson. This year comes with many challenges, but we are ready to face them. We are in what feels like a critical point in our society, responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and facing deep-rooted structural issues relating to racial equity. Now more than ever, enabling access to education is critical. Within our universities, we are fostering creative solutions to global problems and challenging our students to think critically and constructively engage in social debate. We recognize the difficult decisions being made regarding budgets and the sustained work from administrators, faculty, and graduate assistants that keep our universities open. We appreciate the board's decision to not increase tuition for the upcoming year, as this alleviates some of the stresses felt by students in financial uncertainty and may allow many to remain in school. We thank the board members for their continued work on advancing higher education and for their support of graduate and professional students from the Regent Universities of Iowa. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleanor. Next presenter is Morgan Fritz, who's the president of the Iowa State Undergraduate Student Government. Morgan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Morgan Fritz, and I'm the student body president at Iowa State University and a junior in political science. On behalf of students at Iowa State University, I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to speak on this year's tuition. Two of Iowa State's long-term strategic goals, approved by the board in 2016, are to first, ensure that students receive an exceptional education, and to second, improve the quality of life for all Iowans. The board recognizes and is actively helping Iowa State achieve those two goals by halting tuition and fee increases for the upcoming school year. In order to receive an exceptional education, students must first be able to even come to Iowa State, and tuition will represent an even steeper barrier to education in the coming year than it did before this pandemic. Students are feeling the economic impacts of COVID-19 due to losses of jobs and tightening budget constraints, on top of the student loan debt that they already face. By not increasing tuition, the board is doing its part to ensure that students can still afford to receive a quality education. Further, this decision will serve to improve the quality of life for all Iowans. All Iowans benefit from having well-educated citizens who can go into communities across the state and perform jobs vital to the local economy. But this is a multifaceted issue. The Board of Regents has made the correct decision, and now the Iowa legislature must do the same. Since 1999, Iowa State tuition has increased by over 160%, while state funding contributions to higher education have effectively frozen. If our state representatives also want to contribute towards ensuring an exceptional education and improving life for all Iowans, they must make funding of the Regent universities a priority when considering budget cuts through the remainder of the session. There is a positive return on investment for money spent on higher education. Thinking in the long term, there's a symbiotic relationship that exists between students and the state. The more funding the state provides now, the more students stay in state and contribute to Iowa's economy. If the state decides to cut university funding, many programs that are essential to ensuring a quality education will be at risk. Thank you all for making the right decision when it comes to tuition and for your leadership during these times. Iowa State students, thank you, and we appreciate your commitment to our education.
Thank you, Morgan. Paul Esker is the Government Relations Chair of the UI Graduate and Professional Student Government. Paul?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me all right. My name is Paul Esker. I'm a rising third-year law student at the University of Iowa. I serve as Government Relations Chair for the UI Graduate and Professional Student Government. The Graduate and Professional Student Government supports the proposed fall 2020 tuition freeze. A freeze for the fall semester is a very positive step. It's clear that the board understands the hardships facing students right now. Graduate and professional students here at Iowa really appreciate the board's leadership and initiative in response to COVID-19 and the related economic crisis, and the leadership of President Harold here at UI and his counterparts at Iowa State and UNI. But I do have two looming fears. First, I fear a jarring mid-year tuition increase. Second, I fear that a tuition freeze, even if it lasts for the full year, will be insufficient against the backdrop of 20 years of skyrocketing tuition. I know the board intends to revisit the question of spring tuition at a later date, and I appreciate being nimble in response to fluid economic and public health circumstances. But the Graduate and Professional Student Government would like to urge the board to commit to extending the freeze through the spring semester and to do so sooner rather than later. Almost every graduate and professional student completes their studies in consecutive semesters. Many are here for 3, 4, or even 7 years at a time, and we're not taking semesters a la carte. It will be jarring for many students if this tuition freeze is lifted for the spring semester, especially if tuition increases dramatically. In fact, many of us won't even have a choice. This isn't really a free market system. Rather, many of us are in programs that must be completed in lockstep, particularly in the professional world. For example, medical students need to be on a certain track if they want to get into the match for their residency programs in the spring. So if tuition is raised for the spring semester, students will have no choice but to accept the tuition you give them, and will have no choice but to take out more loans to cover the balance. A mid-year, midstream tuition raise will also be jarring because of how we budget for our student loans. Everyone I know maps out a budget for an entire academic year, not just a semester, and most try to minimize their loan burden and counterbalance it with earnings during the summer. My goal, for example, is to work as much as I can this summer and then take out just enough loans to survive until next June. If you told me right now that tuition was going to go up in the spring, that would change my calculus about how much to work this summer. Students need information about spring tuition sooner rather than later. With regard to my second point, a one semester tuition freeze is frankly insufficient in light of this generational economic crisis, especially against the backdrop of generational disinvestment in higher education in Iowa. 20 years ago, in-state tuition and fees at the University of Iowa amounted to 7% of the median household income of an Iowa family. Today, that number has ballooned to over 16%. It's no secret why the national student debt burden has eclipsed $1.6 trillion. Freezing tuition now against that backdrop is it's like plugging a leak in your basement, but not doing anything about all the water that already got in. The fact that tuition is already so high means that students and their families will have to make a lot of sacrifices to enroll next year, even with a freeze. And those sacrifices will be harder to make in light of this economic crisis, a crisis that is disproportionately impacting students of color. This is a crisis that is not temporary for students and their families. Hundreds of thousands of Iowans are entirely out of work. The unemployment statistics do not even capture the thousands of students who have lost part-time jobs that they use to fund their education. It is going to take students and families a lot longer than 6 months to dig out of this hole. So if tuition does go up again in the spring, students that do choose to continue their enrollment will be taking out more loans than ever before. And as I'm sure this group already knows, that is a statewide public policy problem. Study after study has shown that increasing the student loan burden has downstream consequences for the vitality and economic well-being of the entire state. It affects everything from home ownership rates to entrepreneurship to marriage and family formation. The last thing I'll say is that we know this is an unprecedented time that is forcing very difficult choices between options that are all bad. I know that tuition is a huge part of a complex budget and that any tuition freeze or decrease will have consequences in other areas. I know that the number one factor in the quality of my education is the quality of the faculty that I engage with on a daily basis, and that those faculty exist in a national competitive marketplace. So I know that if revenues go down, it is harder for our schools to retain top faculty and thus deliver on their mission for Iowa. And I guess on that point, I'd echo what Morgan said. That's where state appropriations should come in. And to that end, the UI Graduate and Professional Student Government hopes to be a helpful advocate during this legislative session. In sum, a one-semester tuition freeze is a very positive step, but I fear it will not be enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Our final presenter is Connor Woof, who is the president of the University of Iowa Undergraduate Student Government. Connor.
Good afternoon. It's great to see you all, and thank you for including student voices today. My name is Connor Woof, and I have the privilege of serving as the undergraduate student body president at the University of Iowa. Today, I sit here with a heavy heart and an anxious mind, not for myself, but for Black students and communities of color that continue to have their voices silenced. The murder of George Floyd is not just another event, another news story. It is the reality that some of our students at Iowa experience every day. Racial injustice today has become more subtle, more discreet, and deeply rooted in our everyday life. Last night, peaceful protesters, including students at our university, were tear gassed by law enforcement on the streets of Iowa City. This is unacceptable, and the student governments at Iowa are in close communication with each other and administration to directly address this police violence and support students as best we can. We know that this injustice is not new, and it will only perpetuate until we act. This has only furthered the struggle for so many students across our campus as we live amid COVID-19. Students have lost their second semester, their commencement, and their farewell to campus. Students move back home to an environment of stress, worry, and fear. Fear of struggling in their classes, fear of losing a loved one, and fear of what is to come. Students lost their jobs in businesses that are closed and in businesses that no longer exist. Students lost the experience that Iowa has given to so many other classes before them. With next semester's experience in doubt, we can only hope that life will go back to normal, knowing full well that is unlikely. What we can do is help relieve some of that stress and uncertainty by providing economic stability for our students across the state of Iowa. That is why, on behalf of our undergraduate student body, I'm speaking in full support of a tuition freeze for the fall 2020 semester today. And I thank the board for its consideration. While our community has faced immense struggle, I do want to mention that the support shown by students, staff, faculty, and administration from across the University of Iowa has been tremendous. Student leaders have come together and donated their organization's leftover funds to our Dean of Students Emergency Support Fund, which has provided over $359,000 across 1,240 student applications. Faculty and staff have held virtual meetings with students to help carry on their engagement opportunities and academic goals. The University of Iowa Center for Advancement has raised $99,000 through generous donations. This support ensured students had the means to be able to finish the semester that didn't go as planned and to seek support for the financial burden placed upon them. It has greatly reduced some of the issues our students are facing every day, and that is something we can be very proud of. Still, it is evident that resources between the Emergency Fund and the CARES Act are being drained extensively, and there's a need in our community and campus for continued assistance. While our university came together in this semester, our push for economic relief cannot be over. Students at Iowa are still struggling and hurting because of the global pandemic, perpetual racial injustice, and the immense uncertainty about what is to come. Students need our support and our thoughts, but not just our actions. I thank you for your support of a fall 2020 tuition freeze, and I urge you to continue this conversation as we look to the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Connor. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, President Richards.
And thank you, Brad, for arranging the speakers. And I'd like to thank each one of the speakers. Does anyone have any question to be directed to any one of the speakers? Okay, thank you very much. It's good to hear from you. Now we'll move on to tuition and fees. A motion and a second are required to approve the following. The proposed conditional tuition and related fees for the 2020-21 academic year as outlined in an agenda item effective fall 2020 session. The allocation of the Regent University's mandatory student fees for the 2021 academic year is outlined in the agenda item. And the proposed common and university program specific fees for the 2021 academic year is outlined in the agenda item. Is there a motion?
Move. Regent Least.
Regent Least, okay. Moved. And it's
Second.
seconded by
Jim Lindenmeyer, second.
Regent Lindenmeyer. A motion by Regent Least and a second by Regent Lindenmeyer. Any discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Butker? Regent Butker?
Yes, am I not?
Regent County?
Yes.
I think I heard yes.
You did.
Regent Dokovich?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Least?
Yes.
Regent Lindenmeyer?
Yes.
Regent Richards votes yes. Yes, the motion is approved. Brad, do we have the bond sales done? No? Okay. So we're going to go into closed session. The board has necessity to meet in closed session in accordance with Iowa Code Section 21.5.1A to review and discuss the confidential personnel records in the matter of an employee grievance. These records are authorized or required to be maintained as a confidential record in accordance with the Iowa Code Section 22.7.11. At the conclusion of the closed session, the board will reconvene in open session. Is there a motion the board enter into a closed session?
So moved.
I'll second.
Regent Butker and
Regent Dunkel.
Regent Dunkel, thank you. A motion was made by Regent Butker and a second by Regent Dunkel. Any discussion? Regent County?
Yes.
Regent Dokovich?
Yes.
Regent Butker?
Yes.
Regent Lindenmeyer?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Least?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Bates?
Yes.
Regent Richards votes yes. The motion is approved. We are now going to go in closed session, and we'll let everybody know when we are in closed session. We have resumed open session. In the matter of employee complaints, a motion and a second are required to adopt the findings and conclusions contained in the investigation report and dismiss the complaints. Is there a motion?
So move.
I'll second it.
Regent Butker, and who was the second?
Nancy.
Nancy. Regent Dunkel. There's a motion by Regent Butker and a second by Regent Dunkel. Any discussion? Regent County.
Yes.
Regent Dakovich.
Yes.
Regent Butker.
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer.
Yes.
Regent Barker.
Yes.
Regent Least.
Yes.
Regent Dunkel.
Yes.
Regent Bates.
Yes.
Regent Richards votes yes. The motion is approved. Now, we have one more thing. We can go to the, at this time, I'm going to recognize Brad Berg, who will introduce someone, and we have very good results, I'd say, here. So go ahead.
Yes, and last but not least, today we received bids this morning on some refunding bonds on behalf of the University of Iowa. Elizabeth Bergman from Baker Tilly is connected with us to share the results of that bid opening. Elizabeth? You're on mute, Elizabeth. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, no, I had it muted on my phone, then unmuted, but I didn't realize it was muted on my screen as well. Two technology problems. So thank you very much, and appreciate it. I'm happy to present to the Board of Regents the results from today's refunding sale that were really tremendous. We were able to take advantage of historically low rates and sell the revenue refunding bonds of the University of Iowa Facilities Corporation, as Brad mentioned. We received 7 bids, with the winning bid being Fifth Third Securities. It had an interest rate, incredibly, of 1.56% for basically 10-year debt, average life of 10 years, so incredibly low. Looking back over the sales from the Board of Regents in the past, I don't see anything really comparable. So I guess there are some silver linings in the situation that we're in. That is 15% savings of refunded debt service. It'll be a little less than $7 million of savings. And as part of the refunding, the old bonds had debt service reserves on each of them. We were able to market the bonds without debt service reserves. And so there's about $4 million of debt service reserve that is liquidated as a result of this sale. So overall, very good sale. Congratulations. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay.
What was the cover on that?
It was, sorry, I did not write that down today.
It was 3 basis points higher. Yeah.
Thank you, Brad.
Yep.
3 basis points.
So it was tight bidding. It wasn't just one low bidder. So good. A motion and a second are required to approve a resolution authorizing and approving the issuance of the University of Iowa Facilities Corporation, Perrin, Carver, Papa John, and Public Health Projects, and Perrin, $28,985,000 revenue refunding bonds, Series 2020, for the purpose of currently refunding $7,350,000 University of Iowa Facilities Corporation revenue refunding bonds, Perrin, Carver Biomedical Research Building, and Perrin, Series 2010, the $28 million University of Iowa Facilities Corporation revenue bonds, Perrin, Papa John Biomedical Discovery Building, and Perrin, Series 2011, and the $20 million, 925,000 University of Iowa Facilities Corporation revenue bonds, Perrin College of Public Health, Perrin, Series 2010, and paying for costs of issuance, providing for the payment thereof, and directing the issuer to accomplish said refunding. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Regent Barker. Is there a second?
No.
Regent Dakovich. Any discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Regent Dakovich.
Yes.
Regent Dunkel.
Yes.
Regent Least.
Yes.
Regent Bates.
Yes.
Regent Lindemeyer.
Yes.
Regent Butker.
Yes.
Regent Barker.
Yes.
Regent County.
Yes.
A successful deal. Thank you. Is there any other business to come before the board? Hearing none, this meeting of the Board of Regents, State of Iowa is adjourned.